get ready to jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्टेन क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत ज्यादा कम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोनोटॉप उनको हिट पर डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पाने
It's been the most competitive year in the history of BGMI so far, and today is the last day of the realme BGIS 2025 third grind Group A. I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's going to be Super Johnny. And Johnny, honestly, there's too many fierce competitors still on the latter half of the board, and now it's their time to make it to the top 8.
Exactly, and in Group A, the story gets a little bit more intense when you look at the overall leaderboard, because it seems like, at least for the first two games, the competition still remains between the team sitting on the 3rd position and the team sitting all the way down on the 16th position. So between these 13 teams, anyone can make it inside of the top 8 and anyone can get kicked out.
Final 6 games to go to directly move in the top 8, and as we all know, the top 8 directly move on towards the quarterfinals. And who would have thought teams like Reckoning Esports and K9 Esports pretty much at the bottom in the overall standings?
Yeah, that was a big surprise, but yesterday gave us some hope when TWOB bounced back from being dead last in the overall leaderboard to now being 11th. So for them, the possibility of breaking inside the top 8 does look quite realistic. But as you were talking about Reckoning Esports, I think that is the biggest surprise, man. We knew that Hunters leaving Reckoning Esports, leaving the playing four was going to have an impact. It was going to be a big impact, but this massive that the team just drops, a team that was competing for a top 4 at one point last year, is now sitting dead last, and we aren't even in the main event. We're just in the grind itself.
I know, right? And yesterday we also did see a sub coming in for Reckoning Esports, so let's just hope that today things do work out the way they want to.
Yeah.
And even K9 Esports should be a part of the conversation now. They're being a little bit too stubborn, taking those early game fights. Maybe now it's time to bring in that defensive nature. Maybe Omega should activate himself and bring that calm and composed nature to the team.
I don't think that's going to happen. From the conversations I've had with Omega, even he is of the same mind as his other 3 players. Like, yeah, we want to fight. We're going to take that fight. Doesn't matter if we lose.
That's the fun part about K9 Esports, though, right? They do have the firepower. They know how to take the fights as well. But still, for some reason, it feels like they're lacking something. Maybe they're trying something new on the board. That's why they're not able to perform that well. But we've been speaking so much about the points. So here's the points distribution. First placing team inside of the game will get 10 points. The second one will get 6. The third one will get 5. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th, till 16th get nada.
Yeah, and as you were talking about a team like K9 Esports that we know for a fact has the fighting prowess, they need to focus on those finish points. 1 point per finish inside of the game. And if they can consistently secure 5 to 6 eliminations every single match, by the end of the day, I think the total tally is going to be insane. But overall rankings, Seoul still leading the leaderboard, sitting on the first position with 155. Likita Esports, yesterday's most impressive comeback was from Likita Esports. I believe they started the day on the 9th or the 10th position, and then at the end of it, they were on the 2nd.
Now look at the top 2. It feels like they're in a league of their own. They're doing really good from the rest of the overall standings. But then, as you mentioned, the latter half of the board still has a chance to directly catapult themselves even in the top 3 if they want. They can take that 3rd position away from Hero Extreme Godlike and maybe challenge them a bit more in the overall standings. And speaking of Hero Extreme Godlike, yesterday they were just trying to play for the average. We did not really see any insane plays coming in from them. They were just trying to play for the bare minimum.
Exactly, but still, I think they did manage to maintain a decent average in the overall leaderboard, and because of that, they are on that 4th position. But let's talk about individuals, because OG, Orangutan in particular, I think one big reason that this team has survived being inside of the top 8 is WizGod, man. I mean, an impressive performance coming in from WizGod in particular. I believe around 40% finish contribution for the team, although that does impact his survival time. Then we have Spray God from Revenant Xpark, Goblin from Likita Esports, Knuckle from Seoul, and Aimbot from Phoenix Esports.
A while ago, we did see the overall standings. And Johnny, what do you think? Are we going to see an aggressive game today, or are we going to see things being a little bit laid back and things being played defensive?
Oh, I think a few of these names are definitely going to try hard to the max. In particular, I have a feeling that Revenant Xpark is going to try and avoid the early collision in Yasnaya, and of course in Miramar as well. Against the side of Phoenix Esports, because that team has been giving them trouble on all 4 maps that happen. The only time Revenant Xpark get away spot free is on those 2 Sanox, and I believe even on Sanok, they do sometimes end up towards Haten, so that is a whole different story if K9 Esports go there or not. But hey, our predictions for the day: Maisie picking 8-bit, Ravan with Metal, Sparrow with Soul, Ankybot with 4 Miracle, Icy Baby has gone for TWOB. I just copied Ravan's prediction, I'm going to be honest about it. That man has been on fire, so I went with Metal as well. Salty went for Godlike, and Necro, you went for K9 Esports.
I've been on fire too, Johnny. Let's not forget
really.
that.
You lost us the
once
dinner yesterday.
Just once. Not yesterday. Look, yesterday Hero Extreme Godlike was the one to get more points compared to K9 Esports.
You know we are covering a deficit, right? They have a 4-point advantage against us.
And that's why I went with K9 Esports today. I believe that K9 Esports, considering the swords on their neck, we know they perform super well when the pressure is right on top of them. And right now they've only got 6 games to make their mark, so I'm pretty sure K9 Esports will make that happen. But let's move on the aggression towards a few more names like 4 Miracle Esports. We haven't really spoken a lot about them. And yesterday 4 Miracle Esports too, they showcased some signs of life.
Yeah, they did push themselves into a decent position, 82 points on the leaderboard, but let's see how today is going to turn out. 4 Miracle, I think this is that one team that potentially, I don't want to say this, but can crumble under pressure.
They can, but still looking at the performance that they showcased yesterday, it does give us a bit of that glimmer of hope. There's a lot more conversations that we'd love to have before now. It's time for us to toss to a short promo, so you guys move on and have a look at that.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Welcome back after that short promo. Something that really caught my eye in that promo was the Realme P3 Pro 5G. The device is already launched in Flipkart starting from $21,999, so move on towards Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G. You might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards.
Necro, I just found this out yesterday. Apparently the heist has begun, man.
Oh, it has?
Yeah.
Who was the one to start it?
I see out of everyone.
What?
Yeah, we got betrayed, man. We got to start our heist, ladies and gentlemen. You, me, Necro, all of us are in it now.
We got to be a step ahead of them.
Exactly.
But hey, something that's going to help you be a little bit step ahead of that competition is this Realme P3 Pro 5G. So move on towards Flipkart and definitely check it out. But once again, moving back to the conversation, right? Now, we've been speaking so much about 4 Miracle Esports, K9 Esports, even the top dogs. Let's speak about 8-bit. I do understand a known banner, but still 8-bit has had those moments where they fumble up.
Yeah, I think the day number 1 for 8-bit was actually very good. Day 2 was kind of mid. They were literally in the middle pack, sitting on the 5th or the 6th position, somewhere around that marker. But yesterday, which was day number 3 play day for Group A, 8-bit just dropped the ball. Man, that Miramar game must have been a momentum breaker. It could have broken the players' morale because 2v1, you held on for so long, and then the last moment, you just completely fumble. Although it was kind of unlucky as well with that car just completely vanishing in the thin air.
And the most unfortunate thing is that there's so many deserving teams to be in the top 8, but at the same time, even the top 8 itself just looks pretty stacked.
Yeah.
It's like, who would you want to really take out of the top 8 to bring someone else in? Because everyone is that deserving.
You know what? That is my question to you, Necro. Who do you think inside of the top 8 is going to be kicked out today? And who do you think is going to take their spot?
I think today Cincinnati Kids will be kicked out.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say the easiest name out of all, man.
It's not the easiest name. Look, Cincinnati Kids has had those moments where they've choken things up.
Yeah.
And I think so right now, especially when the pressure's right on top of them, they're currently sitting on the 8th spot. There's definitely a big chance that Cincinnati Kids will fumble up once again.
But here's the thing, they have a 14-point advantage against the team on the 9th position. So that is something that can play out well in Cincinnati Kids' hands. And one more thing, their first 2 days were actually quite good, especially day number 1, consistently inside of the top 6, so consistency was displayed. But then again, day number 2, they also dropped the momentum, and day number 3 just did not go their way. So hopefully we can see Cincinnati Kids recover today. Otherwise, they are going to be under so much pressure heading into the last 3 games.
Reckoning Esports, they've got no other option than to go for a big game right off the rip. If they do not pull off a major game, then Reckoning Esports will stay outside of that top 8. The same thing can be said for 4 Aggressive Men and even K9 Esports. A miracle can save them, but can that miracle happen in the first game itself? Let's find out. As the plane's going to hit the skies once again, starting all the way from Lipovka towards Sosnovka military base. And Johnny, this plane fly path, it seems evil.
Yeah, it does seem evil, man, leaning heavily towards the southern half of the map. And specifically, it seems like it only covers the southeastern quadrant. Look at that. Only the southeastern quadrant. If you go towards the northeastern quadrant, Yasnaya Polyana, School, Rozhok, yeah, those locations are going to be glidable. But if anyone wants to play from Ruins, Hospital, Northern Giorgio, Georgopol City, Query, Ferry Pier is the option you have to take if you want to head towards Query. But everything else, it's going to be such a big challenge. But let's see, you know, Erangel right off the bat. My eyes are pinned on Phoenix Esports. And it seems like this time, again, Revenant X-Park, they're going to start from Novorepnoy.
Phoenix Esports is moving their merry way towards Yasna Polyana, and as you mentioned, Revenant X-Park moving down south towards Novorepnoy. And so far, that shift hasn't been working out that well for Revenant X-Park because they're not even in the top 8 performers of Erangel. And that's a major sign of concern considering Erangel is one of the classic grounds, and if you're not able to perform on this map, being the defending champions, then that should definitely be concerning for the fans.
Of course, and it is kind of a big challenge for Revenant X-Park as well to deal with, considering they are forced to take that secondary drop location towards Novorepnoy instead of just taking their home ground, which is Yasnaya Polyana. Every single time the odds, not the odds, but the fights being converted by Phoenix over there in that urban area. But look at this, the circle towards Yasnaya Polyana. Center is going to be that ravine that's right next to the big city. One more, not a big change, but a change that has happened. Necro is OG and Soul.
Yeah, and look at K9 Esports. And even K9 Esports, Johnny, in a really off angle. There's a high chance that 4 Aggressive Men, they just might fall prey to K9 Esports, but they're probably going to try to get their hands on vehicle and then move in towards their main drop location, which is going to be Severny. They try to go for that classic pit stop maneuver.
Yeah, you yourself called them stubborn, Necro. How can you forget? It is K9 Esports. They're not going to change their ways. So they drop towards those open fields, east of Yasnaya, pick up vehicles, and then again, as you said, Severny is where they're going to go. Maybe the best switch up they can do right now, considering they know where the circle is, play from that Stalber Kameshki hill. That saves them a lot of time in the next few stages of the game. They'll be close to the center of the circle right now. And if they can survive and move towards the stage 2 hard shift, then maybe it's going to be an easy start. But hey, Reckoning against Soul. Now, this is a fight that I don't think either of these two sides predicted.
I literally hyped up Reckoning Esports at the start of this game. And now Dionysus is being isolated by the players of Soul. And just like that, Reckoning Esports, they already dropped the ball with Dionysus. The man's down and dusted.
A quick frag secured by the players of Soul. It seems like they just saw those parachutes, realized that Reckoning is going to be under some fire, under some pressure early, and tried to take advantage of that, but also taking advantage is Likita Esports, versatile, caught off guard, players lost. Goblin was knocked out in the trade, but it's going to be an easy recovery for Likita Esports. 2 points secured very early in this game.
Yeah, Likita had nothing to lose in that fight. While VXT, everything was on the line. But look at what's happening here. Soul's on the hunt off the rip. Soul knows they've already gotten enough amount of points, so they can go for a risk like this.
Yeah.
And that's why now they're on the tails of Phoenix Esports as well. Before ruining the game for Reckoning Esports, now they move on and try and ruin the game for Phoenix.
They want to pick everyone off. I like this. I like the confidence coming in from Soul right now. And this is what we want to see from the teams that are doing very well.
I know,
with
right?
156 points already secured in the first 3 days, there is absolutely no way that Soul is not moving forward directly to the quarterfinals of this realme BGIS 2025. They know it, we know it, everyone watching knows it, everyone playing the game right now knows it. So Soul taking advantage of the situation, building up the pressure, but then again, even if they wiped out the players from Phoenix Esports, I don't think Phoenix is going to be too worried about it. They have done quite well for themselves. Their average every single day looks pretty solid. So Phoenix even today should be able to qualify. Plus, they did avoid that conflict pretty well. Take control of Yasnaya and off to their standard start. But from there on out, yesterday, if you remember, when we had this Northern Circle, Phoenix exited that city of Yasnaya Polyana very early, moved out east, and were hunting those teams rotating from the eastern shorelines. I wonder if they're going to do something similar today.
Phoenix is one of those incredible birds that is quite unpredictable. And if things do work out, they can be an unstoppable foe. And speaking of unstoppable, right now, Reckoning Esports, they're being stopped in every single direction. Even by the name of OG, they start hunting down the boys. He tried to tackle the vehicle as much as possible, but Wiscott unfortunately missed out on that opportunity. But still, Reckoning Esports, they're getting slowly and steadily dismantled. It's a field being set up by the players of OG, and Reckoning Esports, they've walked into the field trap.
Yeah, man, these wolves are being hunted. Gravity IGL finds one more trade for his team. He has the shotgun. Can he find the last two players? Damage dished out around the corner. The spread connecting, but Gravity needs to be careful. Sees a man push towards the entry auto, tells that this could be his play. Oh, but no, unfortunately, one shot whiffed, and AKOP is going to get the cleanup for his team. 3 finishes on the board for Orangutan. Reckoning Esports become the first team to be eliminated from this opening game within the first 6 minutes of the game.
It's sad to see that Reckoning Esports are being treated like the weaker foes.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. They were supposed to be one of the strongest. And clearly something's wrong in the main playing floor for Reckoning Esports. Something needs to be figured out. It's already too late. They've lost out on the first game. Now they've only got 5 more games to go. And at least 2 of them has to be 20 points. Which sounds a little bit too much, but that's the only thing that's going to save the day for them. 40 points in 2 games, and then Reckoning Esports will be back in the race.
Yeah, but they need to make it happen within the first 2 matches itself. But 1 game already done and dusted, and Reckoning now might just fall quite far behind of that qualification marker. Especially if Cincinnati Kids, Revenant X-Park, Phoenix, OG, Versatile, and Godlike end up doing well. These 5 teams, the better they play, the more difficult it becomes for the other 8 teams outside of the top 8 to try and qualify, because the difference, first of all, you've got to tackle that 14-point difference between Team Tamilas and Cincinnati Kids. If that doesn't happen within the first few matches, then I think by the time we reach game number 4, we might already have the names moving to the quarterfinals, and of course the names that will move to round 4.
But it's quite a fiery start to the game so far.
Oh, true.
Quite a quick start. And we all love that fiery start. Things taken serious off the rip by teams. And then you've got a few teams just trying to pull off some weird shenanigans. Especially like Seoul and Likitha Esports. Because they know they're in a league of their own. They've got enough lead, they've got enough cushion on the overall standings, and they can afford any sort of risk that they can take today. And that's why they're going for those shots. They're going for those fights. It's been working out well for them. VXT dropping down to 2 players. That's going to be a bit of a stinger. But let's see how they can pull off that survival game now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but at least they have Puchiki to themselves again. Although I'm worried about VXT since on the map we do see the players of Seoul waiting for them on the outside. Metal could have been in some trouble, but Thunder does manage to escape, at least for now, still out in the open fields though. Do you think it's worth 8-bit to go for plays like this? They are out into the open, and look at the map. There's Metal towards the east, Seoul waiting for them towards the west, still in school and school apartments. And of course, with the circle moving between Yasna and Rozhok, the cluster is going to head towards 8-bit themselves.
Exactly. Looking at the zone shift, that risk was worth it. Luckily enough, they found themselves in the smack center. And now 8-bit's going to be feeling great about themselves. But for teams like K9 Esports, still looking to make that move towards Rozhok, it's going to be a tough challenge. You've still got teams like CK outside of the circle, Revenant X-Park as well, going for that late game strategy. And honestly, dropping towards Norupnoi hasn't been panning out that well for them.
Yeah, it hasn't, but look at this. Phoenix Esports up against 4 aggressive man, and this time it is going to be K47 with a 2K for the team. Nox secured, finishes, still waiting for that one more conversion on the flank. But Pro has been dropped extremely low, aimbot spotted out behind that haystack. Spray connects, but only a few shots, and from the flank, pressure being built up on this individual from the side of 4AM. And 4AM themselves lose out on one man from their side as Pro gets shut down completely. There's one more team on the flank in the form of Metal Esports. We're just waiting for an opportunity to strike. When will that happen? That's going to be the question.
Maybe just waiting for a few more knocks. 4AM, they've got their own safe boundaries, but speaking of boundaries, Seoul, they're definitely extending those as they move on in the turf of Team Tumulas. And Team Tumulas, they're already on the verge of losing this fight. The stance that we see Team Tumulas in, they seem pretty disconnected. But Rico, he needs some sort of backup, and there is a man on the back on the high ground. If he does do his job well, then Rico can be alive.
Oh, let's see how things are going to turn out. Nade close to Knuckle. Does manage to survive, though, on the other side. Hunters, look at him. The nade, again, quite close to Maxi OP. The Molotov is there at his feet as well, but he's so lucky. Staying on top of things. The second nade from Hunters dishes out some damage, but both Fox and Maxi do manage to stay alive. Full-on war. A street fight breaking out between Seoul and Team Tumulas. And as you said, Seoul, they are looking extremely hungry today for those frags, but realizing it might be time for a reset, end up falling to the school apartments again. Team Tumulas, they will be the ones happy with this. They get to recover, they get to bring those HP bars back up. A reset was needed, and it has been given to them.
Seoul are so good with those decisions.
Yeah.
They did not let those emotions take over. Considering they knew the fight's elongating for too long, and they're not able to find any sort of opener, they instantly backed away. Because they knew the possibilities of third parties are too high.
Plus, no incentive to keep forcing it, right? They already have control of the school building. They already have control of the school apartments. And that is good cover in a circle like this. Like, look at that. Majority of the cluster is towards that eastern side. And as you said, Necro, if they kept extending the fight, if they stayed in that firefight against the players of Team Tumulas out in the open on that hill, it was bound to happen that someone was going to show up from the northern or northeastern side and then just try and take them out. But now, since they've gotten themselves to those buildings, at least for the next few minutes, they are going to feel safe.
And what is Godlike doing? Just ramming their vehicles into each other?
A course correction, Necro.
Yep. Maybe just trying to have a bit of that fun.
Yeah, you push your teammate in the right direction. Just nudge. Gently nudge.
See whose vehicle is more reliable, but jokes apart. Cincinnati Kids with the high ground, just raining down hellfire. But there's another team right on top at CK. Never saw this flank coming. OG, they've got the striker's advantage and also the high ground in the fight. And Aditya moves out in the open. A bit of that rookie mistake coming in from Aditya, and he needs to pay the price for that.
Yeah, the distraction that was there, and as you mentioned, Cincinnati Kids not seeing this head towards them. They are going to pay a heavy price. One of the best fraggers knocked out and finished off, and OG, they will continue to build the pressure on Cincinnati Kids. And it seems like there was nowhere left for them to run. Every single cover position already occupied. And Cincinnati Kids, they're going to try and move towards school. A risky move, I must say. Barely avoiding it, taken out by the players of Seoul. Hunters with that spray. Some damage dished out onto Juicy. And Flock almost being dropped. That shot connection right on his noggin. 50% HP taken away.
Hunters is so polished mechanically.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The tracing on this man was perfect. Spray was on point. Just a real good kid. Simple. Cannot even add more to that. Hold on. 4 aggressive men. Now getting pounced on by the players of K9 Esports. Saw this fight coming a mile away. And already for 4 aggressive men, the fight's not looking that great. And Ninja Boy is looking to face his fear right to the face. As he's going to make that push from the blue itself, and all it takes is one shotgun shot, and K47 will be in his grave.
That was just pure confidence there, right there. Just runs forward on top of the rocks, sees K47, trying to hide in that bush, and instantly picks his head off. 3 finishes on the board for K9 Esports, so they're off to a decent start. But even before I finish my sentence, it is going to be Phoenix Esports aimbot with the opener. Omega drop to the floor. They're going to try and wait to secure this finish point as well. Phoenix Esports, they do not want to let anything slip away. And why? Because they've lost 2 players very early inside of this match. But OG, an unfortunate run in against the players of Liquidai Esports. Hector, he's on fire and he finds all of them. This man, the IGL himself, shows up big, takes the apes out of the way. And now the next target, Necro, presenting itself. It is going to be the lads from Cincinnati Kids. And even though Hector went up against OG all alone, this time his teammates are there to help him out.
CK's not going to make that pounce. It's not going to be a good news if they do so. CK needs to play it passive. Wait for the right instant. And right now, they're in the circle as well. In an okay spot. Still the terrain, something that might just not favor them too much. Looking at the circle on the edge. And CK knows soon enough they will need to leave this spot and move away. And for Seoul, they've got the best possible spot they can ask for. In the smack center towards the apartments and even the school. They've got a nice split going on. And what did I just see? Hunters, he pulls out a Mosin. And he manages to dome a player down. Finally, we're seeing some bolt-action sniper rifle.
Yeah, I mean, usually you would expect it to happen in Miramar, but this time Erangel is his ground. But Revenant Xbox, Spraygod picking off Superman from South TWOB. The trade comes through, and on the ridge, the players of Xbox are going to start to fall as well. But TWOB, they've taken a massive hit. 2 players hitting the floor, 2 left to fight. And Khanna, his position is compromised. Nade lobbed out by Shadow. It's not even going to matter. The utility, Revenant Xbox, back from the dead once again. 3 points on the board, but no time to celebrate. Shadow knocked out. Third party coming in from, well, it was from a different team, but let's see how things are going to turn out. Cincinnati Kids in the back lines. And they are trying to gatekeep Xbox, which actually can work out quite well for them.
It indeed can. And just look at the amount of shots that are being taken from CK. They just want to constantly apply pressure on Revenant Spark, because CK knows if Revenant Spark gets that win in the sales, they're constantly going to move in that same direction. And that might just mean the demise for CK.
But as you said, they were taking too many shots, Necro. So they might just run out of ammunition. And if an entire team is splitting up ammunition, it's so much pressure to deal with, because you will have to figure out a way to do that mid-fight. Vehicles being repaired. Do not want to run forward, charge forward with a smoking engine and risk getting blown up. Threat lurking nearby in the form of 4 Miracle, but 4 Miracle just keep moving forward.
4 Miracle wanted to apply a bit of that pressure too. Considering they heard so many shots and also saw a knock in the elimination feed, they wanted to take the advantage. But 4 Miracle knew that's going to expose them to a lot of that potential threat. It's better to just play it back and take things a little bit more casual. Cincinnati Kids. Luckily enough for them, they're able to spot too many teams around them. So at least they can have that virtual heat map in their head. Know exactly which team is positioned where. And looking at the next circle too, for Miracle Esports finding themselves in a bit of that lucky shoot. As the zone's going to shift right next to him. The players have found themselves in a good spot, and this is how K9 Esports got wiped out a while ago. It was a mad dash from them. They had no other option. And unfortunately for K9 Esports, the zone was constantly moving away from them, so they had to make this mad dash.
Yeah, towards the school apartments, where Team Tamilas was waiting for them. 8-Bit and Versatile joined that school apartments position. And Versatile, that must be very awkward there in those 2 small houses towards the northwestern part of the city. But the circle, Necro, this has to be a game for Seoul. Smack center, all players still standing. And of course, for the last few days, this team has just been dominating every single game they play. And they're making it look very easy.
Yeah. Consistency is the name of the game. And Versatile, they've definitely dropped a bit of that consistency. Yesterday's day wasn't that flashy. Did not see any poppy plays either from Versatile. They're taking things safe and sound for now. Equinox and Raiden, the final 2 players surviving, and both of them possess insane amount of firepower. But considering it's just 2 of them, things will be really tough. And right now, VXT needs to execute a survival play. But soon enough, the player's going to be pounced on. And that's what 8-Bit is doing. That nade was placed to perfection. And Mafia's going to be blown to smithereens soon. Almost on the verge of being eliminated from the game too. And Equinox is catching too much hurt, even from the opposite side.
This is going to be brutal for Versatile. Raiden out of the way. It's just down to Equinox. Oh, that nade very close to the lads of Versatile. 8-Bit, the pressure continues to build. And as we see, Omega, few more pieces of utility left on him. The second nade can help him secure the knock, but on top of the hill, it's godlike against Metal. 2 players from the side of Metal knocked out. Make that 3. Jonathan falls, but in the back lines it is Simp. And I believe it's a third party that came in for the cleanup. But Soul, they have line of fire for this Rozhok hill, and that is not going to be a good news for the players of Godlike. 4 Miracle looking to make that pounce are going to be punished. And after all that, Chaos Necro, Godlike only have 2 finishes to show for it.
Simp is doing so much from the top. He's constantly dishing out damage even against 4 Miracle, but hold on, Admino, he's got his fight on. And this is a big problem. The man trying to face off the entirety of Revenant Spark. And he's got no backup since Simp is going for the revival on the fallen comrade. Hero Extreme Godlike, now the survival seems tougher than ever before.
He has a teammate on the other side, but the nade from Shadow finds the opener. And Simp, he knows the moment he stops crouching, the players of Soul are going to try and pick his head off. Jonathan brought back into the game, but Necro, look at the team standing. Majority of the teams outside of the top 8 already have been eliminated. It's just Team Tamilas that is still standing. And with Cincinnati Kids out of the way, this is the game to strike in. All 4 players from the side of Team Tamilas still alive. Looking quite strong. We saw that wipe on the players of K9 Esports a few moments ago as well. But it's not going to be enough. They have to try and find the chicken for themselves. In the meanwhile, Revenant X-Park, I believe players from Likita Esports have been spotted out. And yes, shots being taken towards them by Joker. No connections found there.
Johnny, look at the circle. Shifting out in the open in such an awkward place. Every single team on the hilltop needs to make it in. Including Revenant X-Park and Hero Extreme Godlike. They will need to leave that comfort zone. 4 Miracle Esports too, and Fury from Phoenix Esports is all the way in the back, and the man needs to make the cross. He needs to cross that open road, and that's where 4 Miracle Esports will have the maximum advantage. And now even the teams inside of apartments have no other option than to make that pounce. VXT, Equinox, and Raiden doing so much damage, and Team Tumula slowly and steadily getting dismantled, but they have no other option than to make this dash.
Well, let's see though, this dash can turn into a crash, but Team Tamilas, a nade to the face, Maxi falls, and as you were talking about the circle Necro, this zone shift has just handed the game and served it on a silver platter to the players of Soul. This is again their time to strike. Full control of the circle. Cover available as well. Manya with that nade is going to try and pick off Equinox, but the wall saves him. He runs around to the other side. Equinox can go for the takedown. Damage dished out. The confidence in this young man still holds strong. And Manya needs to figure out a way to deal with him. And Raiden in the back lines. Manya spotted out again. The jump shot not finding the connection. And all of this util falls on the same side of the wall. He got to lob it to the face or to the feet of Equinox, one way or the other.
The back's too exposed in Equinox. There's not a lot of possible plays that he can come up with. He needs to take down Manya no matter what.
Yeah.
He does not have a lot of options either. And that's why you can see him in a big state of discomfort, because he knows there's no way out.
Well, Hunters, he's been knocked out from the side of Soul. Could be a big casualty, but can they save him? It's going to be a question. Where is he? Where's that knocked man? Oh, he's out into the open. Getting a revive. Knuckle is there alongside with him. So recovery is guaranteed for Soul, but look at this. Look at the esports against Revenant X-Park.
What a save.
One man knocked out, and as you said, the rescue mission was successful, but a revive still wastes a lot of time.
Exactly. And while that rescue mission was coming through, Likita Esports found a second knock. That's a little bit problematic now. Likita Esports with the major advantage inside of the fight against Revenant Spark. And this has been the best game so far for Revenant Spark on Erangel. But they still somehow messed things up. Considering they were too exposed, they took too much attention upon themselves and got eliminated from this game. But look at Soul out in the open, making the dash towards the flank. And Likita Esports, now they know the backs are too exposed. And just like that, even Hector gets knocked.
Yeah, and we're down to the top 3 as well. As you mentioned, Hector knocked out from the side of Likita Esports. Soul with that distraction do swing the fight in their favor, but Hector, he's getting a revive. And Likita Esports, by the way, Necro already at 12 finishes in this game. This is going to be a massive bomb being dropped on everyone else inside of that lobby. The vacuum created by the team sitting in the top 4, because Godlike is there in the top 3 with 5 finishes already secured. And they see the players of Likita out into the open. Jonathan, nade at the ready, lobs it out in a completely different direction than expected. I thought he heard those vehicles move towards the left, but maybe not. Goblin in the back lines, everyone else making the bounce onto the players of Soul. And Knuckle, he's been hiding behind this buggy for a very long time, but in the back lines, it's going to be Manya drop to the floor. Hunters is going to be next. Soul surviving with 2 players. Neo goes down for the trade, and it's down to Hector and Viper. Both in tandem. Some, the last man left standing, sliver of HP. The first aid comes through. By a miracle, he recovers, but I don't think there's going to be a revive coming for the whole team of Soul. He tries to bring Hunters back. It is going to be a big challenge, though.
Salme going for the revival. This can't be the clutch play of this entire fight. A few utilities tossed out towards his direction, and Hunters gets knocked out once again. That re-knock, it's got to sting. But now you can see that pullback from Soul, too.
Yeah.
And I'm also loving the angle that Simp is playing from the hilltop. He's got that headshot angle.
Necro, while Soul pulls back, look at who's making the push. Is the players of Godlike wrapping around on the other side of the ridge, but the run over for the cleanup. And look at the Esports. They write the names of Soul on the 3rd position. It's down to the top 2, 16 finishes already on the board. And this gives them everything. This gives them the refills of the utils as well. It's a 4v2, the final fight of the game. Look at the Esports against Godlike.
And Godlike with only 2 players standing. Mad disadvantage clearly on them. And as I mentioned a while ago, Simp was playing that headshot angle.
Oh, yeah.
It was perfect. But unfortunately, the wall of death moved up, and Simp had no other option than to give it up. Look at the Esports with all the 4 players standing against the 2 men of Hero Extreme Godlike. And Jonathan needs to win this duel, but he messes things up. And just like that, Hero Extreme Godlike, they get overwhelmed by the presence of Likita Esports. And Likita Esports, even though they were doing great in the overall standings, they still want to exceed some more limits.
Yeah, I think they want that first position back. They had it on day number 1. Day number 2 is when Soul took over.
Yeah.
And Likita Esports were upset. They took 1 day to bounce back. Yesterday, brilliant comeback from 9th to the 2nd, and now from the 2nd maybe to the 1st, because 18 eliminations in this game, plus a chicken dinner, 28-pointer in game number 1.
Yes, they are going to be on the first spot. Even though Soul played so magnificently well,
yeah,
it's still not going to be enough since Soul did not really have a lot of elimination points. We did see them go for a few early battles, but still those are not enough considering Likita Esports, they just dropped an absolute nuclear bomb. But moving on with the conversation towards a few more different teams, honestly, I feel quite bad for Reckoning Esports because they desperately needed that game 1, and the same thing can be said for K9 Esports too.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, because both of these teams, in fact, majority of the teams between the 9th and the 16th position got taken out outside of the top 8 in this game. The only ones who survived, I think the one name I remember is going to be Team Tamilas, because they made it, I believe, to the top 5 or the top 6 of this match and had a decent number of eliminations to work with. So from this game, Team Tamilas will gain some extra points to their name, but they're still going to be on that 9th spot.
And I like that start from Revenant Spark too, right? Finally some signs of life on the map of Erangel, knowing the fact that they went for such a late game rotation.
Yeah.
Still things worked out, dropped all the way towards Norupnoi. From stage 2, they were still all the way back in the blue, but they still somehow made that clear-cut rotation happen.
Hey man, no conflict against Phoenix Esports means that Revenant Esports is going to do well. That's the only condition for them, right? But let's have a look at the highlights of this game, because I think a lot of intense fight took place very early on, but this one was equally as intense. Godlike surviving from here, where they could have been eliminated on that 11th position, and Simp and Jonathan in tandem making it to the top 2 just because of their positioning, just because of their pacing of those fights was just incredible, and that is what experience is all about.
In my opinion, Simp right now is the best performer in Hero Extreme Godlike.
Yeah,
he just contributes so much to the fights. It's like if the other players are able to contribute 30%, Simp contributes 40%. Every single time he's the one to just be a little bit step forward than the other players. He's able to contribute a lot to the fights, and honestly, because of that, Hero Extreme Godlike was able to survive till the final 2.
Yeah, we need to get you some maths lessons, Necro. But anyways, I do agree with you. Simp, he's the best
I was just trying to put an example, alright? I'm not too good with maths.
Yeah, that is true, though. But as I was saying, you are correct, in fact. Simp doing a lot of heavy lifting, not just in this game. I mean, in this game, you might not see those numbers in terms of finishes, but it is the ability to pop in out of nowhere, save your teammates, make sure that Jonathan, who got knocked out in a very awkward spot, also stays alive. Those small little details help teams secure points, be it placements or finishes. But Hector, man, he was on fire in this matchup, destroying OG all alone.
Exactly, man. Hector just popped off in that game. You know, it's one of those games where someone just starts to pop off, and for Hector, it was one of those games where he was just feeling himself. He was on the top of his form, and that's why he got 8 finishes off the rip. We've also got Neo with 4 finishes, Viper as well with 4, and then Equinox from VXT getting 4 as well. Once again, VXT maintaining that average. All they know is that, yes, we need to be in the top 8, and VXT is doing a perfect job for that.
You have met Somraj, I have met Somraj. We both know, unless the moment calls for it, unless there is actually a trophy on the line, Somraj is not going to overexert himself or his boys.
Or unless there's Vasista Esports on the line.
Unless there is Vasista Esports in the game. Exactly. So he needs that incentive. He needs that extra bit of incentive to
motivation.
Just go all in. Yeah, the motivation, right? And since he knows we are qualifying anyways for the quarterfinals, nothing else to do. But look at this. Point standings. Look at the esports. 28 points. Godlike with 11. Soul with 11. Revenant X-Park got bounced back on the 9th position. Team Tamilas, as I said, one of the names that was outside of the top 8 performing in this game, but 7 points is not going to cut it. The other name that has performed well, that is not in the top 8 of the overall leaderboard, is 4 Miracle Esports. But do I call that a performance? Because that is only 4 points.
Yeah, not a lot, honestly. For 4 Miracle Esports, looking at their position in the overall standings, they at least needed 10 points from that game, and considering they only got 4, still a Herculean task remains in front of them. But for teams like Hero Extreme Godlike, who are there in the top 10, they're doing a perfect job on maintaining that spot. Even Hero Extreme Godlike had, 11 points from that game?
Yeah.
So that's still quite a great standing, in my opinion. And honestly speaking, you saw that clear point standing gap, right? The team placed on the first was Likitha Esports with 28 points, and then the team on the second just had 11 points. Look at that difference on the first and the second.
But instead of differences, let's see the addition here, right? As you mentioned, Godlike, those 11 points pushed them to 130. You have Versatile 125, Revenant X-Park 120, Phoenix Esports 117, Orangutan 114, and Cincinnati Kids 109. That is the top 8 right there. Team Tamilas 101, 8 points shy.
Oh no.
And 8-bit, 18 points shy, 19 points shy.
Cincinnati Kids, they need to wake up in the upcoming game, Johnny. If they don't, well, their position is instantly going to get compromised. Team Tamilas is doing okay as well, considering CK in that previous game, they were nowhere to be seen.
They weren't there to be seen, but it was a game of Wrangle. And you know what, Cincinnati Kids, Wrangle is not their map. Miramar is. Their first chicken dinner on day number 1 came on the map of Miramar. And in Miramar, they have been very consistent. So again, just being able to survive or just getting warmed up on Wrangle for Cincinnati Kids, I think that is always the goal. But they need to finish in the top 3 or the top 4 of Miramar with at least 4 to 5 eliminations. Push for the 140 and you're going to be safe.
I remember seeing CK in the middle of the field out in the open. They were taking a lot of those shots, even against Likitha Esports.
Yeah.
They were able to find those knocks, but we did not see those conversions. We did not see those elimination points from them, and that's why now CK is being hurt in the overall standings, just sitting on the 8th spot. There's a lot more of the conversations to be had before now. It's time for us to toss to a short break.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Let's go. go. P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. It's the grind and it's the last day of the grind. Group A, the action continues. The story still yet to unfold. This is Super Johnny, joined by Salty now right next to me. And Salty, that game number 1. It seems like while the teams that are outside of the top 8 are trying their level best to make that bounce back, it's not as much of a bounce back as you would like to see. It's a soft little hop.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams, especially 4 Miracles, they tried really hard. But then I felt like the circle that kind of formed favored the teams at the top. And why do I say that? You see the drop locations and you figure out majority of the teams, they love to be in that position. Be it Seoul, be it Likhita, it's all their region. So yeah, the question mark that you're talking about was certainly dicey. But one thing which is not dicey, ladies and gentlemen, is this device. And every one of us, 4 of us on the English desk, 4 of them on the Hindi desk, they're vouching for it. The Realme P3 Pro 5G, an amazing device, power-packed with features, and of course, extremely budget-friendly. How much is it, Johnny?
It is starting at 21,999. The best performance phone in its segment, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, you have to check it out as well because of a few extra features, right? We talked about the AI motion control, the Ultra AI touch control, all of those things helping you perform inside of your matches, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you want to have a fun time playing BGMI, check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. And talk about a fun time. You know, the king of good times are here, both of us. This first game, it has set up the story.
Yep.
Cincinnati Kids, it seems like theirs is going to be the only spot up for grabs. And moving forward, Team Tamilas now have a clear target ahead of them. In the next game, they need at least, let's just assume, 12 to 13 points to surpass Cincinnati Kids, because Cincinnati Kids do end up getting that 4 to 5 point average every single time.
Yep. And I don't believe 12 to 13 points will actually make the cut, because you yourself will also have to build up that safety cushion, right? And I don't think 12 to 13 points will do it. Team Tamilas, one good thing about them is that on the last day, they're usually very consistent. On the last day, they hit the ball out of the park. So I'm expecting good numbers coming in from Mr. IGL.
The only problem is that early drop clash that usually they have to face. That's the only thing I'm worried about. So that's the one problem that can appear for the side like Team Tamilas. But I agree with you. A safety cushion is needed. The only thing that can be done about it is try to get on that 8th position right now and work on the safety cushion in the remaining 4 matches after this. For now, though, we talk about Cincinnati Kids. Let's talk about the other teams as well that are there in contention for their spot. 8-bit now sitting at 90 points after that game. And they have a bigger deficit to cover before they can even dream about being inside of that top 8.
True that. And I believe that will only come with 2 consecutive performances, and that will be extremely tough. I mean, knowing Oasis, knowing Ash, they always know how to figure their way inside of the circle. It's been their gunfights, their 4v4 battles where they've really struggled it, because the other teams, be it Likhita, be it Seoul, be it Revenant, Xbox, they're just hitting it out of the park, especially with the battles. Even Godlike, as a matter of fact, they are doing phenomenally well, especially when you consider Simp and Jonathan. But Johnny, my question to you was actually, so there were a couple of teams who were not focusing much on the position points aspect. I'm talking about Orangutan and Phoenix Esports. I'm not sure how well they are doing on the overall standings.
I mean, Phoenix is doing quite well for themselves, but OG, I think at the end of the day yesterday, they were on 7th.
Yeah.
After this game, they're still on that 7th position, but it is OG, right? One way or the other, they will find those finishes, they will find those points, and we know for a fact that this is a team that has a lot of potential in them. First 2 days of competition, WizGod was able to handle the pressure all alone. 48% finish contribution, by the way, for WizGod in terms of just those finishes. But yesterday, something big happened. Yesterday, AKOP started to show up, and Aru started to show up. So again, that commitment and that contribution from these two individuals, it helps relieve some pressure from that young lad Wizgod and makes things easier for the team to execute. But let's see how the rest of the day is going to turn out for them. In the meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we will look at a spotlight of Likhita Esports, a team that is exceptional, a surprise in the overall leaderboard, first position, again, all theirs.
I mean, are they honestly really a surprise is going to be my question, because the first day of this group we said that this is one of the most consistent teams. They were always finding those average placements and average finishes, but now look at them, right? They have absolutely transcended. They gave 106 finishes over there. 22,242, pardon me for that, 22,242 points of damage, 19 headshots. And the average finish per match, I believe, is what the biggest benchmark has been. It's almost 5.5. You can round that off to 6. That translates to 6 points per match. And you know it. If it's not Goblin, it's going to be Hector. If it's not Hector, it's going to be Neo. Or if it's not Neo, even Viper steps up in one of those crucial moments. So every single player has been performing.
Yeah, I mean, all of them have been incredible. Viper, the new edition, has been kind of exciting to see, but I have to give huge props to Hector, man. It's not just about the game, right? I mean, in game, we knew he has been sticking around with these boys for a while. Stepping into the role of an IGL is difficult.
Yeah.
He took his time, took about a year to adjust to this new position, started doing well. And then a lot of things happening outside of the game. Like everyone has heard those stories, right?
Yeah.
And yet, his performance as an individual, not even as an IGL. As an IGL, he's already doing well. I'm just talking at an individual level, has not been impacted at all. In fact, it's just gotten better.
I feel like he's one of those hot-headed IGLs. People believe that he's a very calm person. Yes, he's a very calm person outside of the game, but when it comes to the game, this man is extremely hot-headed. And you know what? We're actually moving to a hot map, Johnny, and that is going to be the map of Miramar. The Desert Lands are going to be back in your screens, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, let's see how this game number 2 is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Map of Miramar on our screens, and after that awkward start on Erangel, things look quite decent looking at this flight path, to be honest, Salty, because starting from Porto Palacio, ending just west of Oasis, this still allows majority of the map to be covered by all of these teams. But we all know those early drop clashes where they happen. Picardo, the prime spot for contention. And of course, that awkward love story that's going on between Phoenix Esports and Revenant Esports. Both of them just saying the same thing to each other. I want you. I need you. I love you. Not really.
Wow, Johnny. Wow. I don't think that's a love story. Well, on San Martin, we'll witness if the fight still breaks out. But, of course, there's been one team that has been ever so consistent on that map. Look at the map standings. Seoul just being ever so devastating. 44 eliminations on this map. 71 points in total. It seems like it should be another game. But 8-Bit following up, this is their opportunity to shine. This is their map. This is their home ground. We'll have to find out if they can close out the gap. Very crucial for them to be on the overall standings. And to be honest, the fans also expect them to move directly to the quarterfinals, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, the fans expect a lot of things, but do they get what they want? That is the question.
Yeah. Ooh.
You don't always get what you want until it's gone. That's the thing, right?
Man, you've been having some tough times or some really good times.
I've been having a lot of good times recently, especially enjoying the action. You know, the games yesterday was fire.
True that.
All of them.
It's not just yesterday. I feel like the entirety of the week. You look at the way Group B panned out. You look at the way Group A has been panning out so far. Absolutely brilliant.
Not just these two groups, but a little bit of a recap of the grind itself. The first week, Group D performing. VST, incredible record set. I've said it again. I'm going to say it again. I have never seen a team maintain a 10-point average straight for 24 games. VST was able to pull that off. I thought that wasn't going to be challenged. SBA show up in Group C and throw it out of the park, hit it out of the park, outperforming VST. We show up with Group B, And Group B had the highest qualification marker, sitting at 144 points. And then Group A, the story still continues. And it is an incredible one this time around. While the fight between Phoenix and Revenant X-Spark goes on, it is an open clash between Versatile and Medal that has resulted in Medal, the Thunder, being dropped. Not in a good way, he's been knocked out. And Aquanox is, well, he looks to close in the distance, go for the finish. His teammate wrapping around with the vehicle, but it's going to be awkward. There are more players of Medal over there.
But I'm not sure where the rest of the players of Versatile are. Thunder, of course, the highest performing player. Here they come, of course. Versatile just chase him. Legit, of course, with the Thompson. Not really the best gun, but he manages to find the connection. Raiden has been knocked out. But out of nowhere, Aquanox finds the connection. It's straights versus straights happening left, right, and center.
Yeah, and Prince OG on the other side still trying to figure out how to make that motorbike work. Seems like struggling to get a hang of things, but Versatile, quick reset coming in from their side as they just want to fall back or maybe rotate around this hill, get a high ground, and then drop Hellfire on the players of Medal Esports. Can Medal see this coming? Somraj has the DMR in his hand, and the 8x scope. Ooh, this is going to be fun to watch. Sarvit spotted out into the open, runs behind that vehicle. And Somraj put under some pressure from the players of Versatile.
Now, this is going to be a game of risk versus reward. I feel like for Versatile, the moment is kind of gone. If they could have actually capitalized on Thunder's knock, I believe all of the finishes could have actually been squandered. But now, since the time is gone and Medal Esports once again have kind of recovered, and instead they've managed to hit back as well, I believe for Versatile, it will be a better decision to actually fall back, take a step back from this fight, and once again go in for the rotate, because the circle right now is extremely annoying. We know these circles do tend to kind of bait out the players thinking it's going to be a lost laner's finish.
Yeah.
But right at the end moment, it moves out and the whole urban warfare breaks open, Johnny. And that is my favorite part of Miramar, to be honest.
Yeah, it's quite exciting to watch, but agreeing with what you said, I think OG, they are the only ones who are going to be happy about this, and maybe Godlike, considering if the circle does move towards those hills between Los Leones and Puerto Palacio, they will have that early high ground advantage. Although, still eyes on Picado. Not Picado, San Martin actually. Revenant X-Spark versus Phoenix Esports. The brawl continues. Soul on our screens. Seems like since the flight path was quite far away from their preferred drop of La Cobriera, Crater Fields, they're still rotating. And once they get there is when they will actually start to get the good loot to kick things off in the game.
We talked about Team Tamilas. They have a wonderful position. But are they well kitted up? They actually are. They've got their bullets. They've got their scopes on the M4 as well. All of the players on either the level 2 or their level 3 kits. So this high ground advantage as well as their formation might just give them that upper hand, especially when teams start to rotate in. You've got the top 5 players on the map of Miramar as well. And of course, Somme is going to lead the charge. Out of the 15 finishes that were shown there, he had 10 eliminations in just one game itself, and that was that historic chicken with 28 finishes.
Yeah, I mean...
And the fun fact is, Johnny, sorry to cut you off there, but Somme hasn't even played all the maps that has been played on the map of Miramar.
Yeah. This is the unique thing about Seoul, that they have so much talent. Not just in the playing field, but on the bench as well, that at any given time they can swap out players, swap in players, and the performance is going to be unpredictable. It goes up, it goes down, but not by much. Maybe they score like one less point the next game. But it doesn't matter. Their average is way beyond what all the other teams can dream of, except one other name, and that is Likita Esports. But hey, look at this, Puerto Palacio under the control of Godlike. And I love this, by the way. We get to see what all 4 players are doing at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, right now they're looting, but if it was a fight, and imagine this, they are gatekeeping from the top of a hill, and you get to see this view, all 4 players shooting in tandem in different directions, or maybe focusing the same team. It's going to be such an incredible sight.
All 4 players focus firing on one single target. That would be the loveliest sight to watch, right?
And it just focuses on that center intersection of the screen.
Well, this is not a Netflix movie, Johnny.
I mean, hey, It feels like one with how the story is unfolding.
We have to make one Netflix movie out of it.
Yes, we have to.
Yeah. I'll be the producer, you be the director.
Yeah, done.
All right then. Who's going to be the narrator, Necro or IC?
We can use both of them.
We'll use both of them. Well done. But as of now, Phoenix Esports need to use everything that they have to escape this fight, because it seems like Revenant X-Park, they're not letting this fight go out of their grasp. Amazing formation. They've left one player in the flank as well to try and cut down any escape strategies which Phoenix Esports might apply.
And this is episode 1 of the documentary.
Oh.
The Sands in San Martin.
I love your wordplay, especially when it comes to naming episodes.
That was absolutely nothing. That was the first thing that popped in my head, man.
The Sands of San Martin. Well, for Phoenix Esports, I believe it has to be a direct fight. There is no escaping. But did they spot, or do they have information of Spray is going to be the question. Spray God, he knows Phoenix Esports might deploy the escape strategy, just placing himself extremely close to that crossroad. But even for Revenant X-Park, how long will they be inside of the blue, take damage and try and stop them to get those eliminations? It's going to be the question. K9 though, no information of 8-Bit's presence. They get shut down. Ninja Boy. That was awkward.
Yeah, it was awkward, and it's about to get even worse, because while these two teams take a fight against each other in Impala, there's one more team moving in from north. It is for Miracle. It's not going to be an easy conflict for all three of these teams to collide against each other, but on that finish feed, it seems like another man dropped from the side of Phoenix and Revenant X-Park. While they might lose the conflict on Wrangle, they end up securing the wins on Miramar every single time. Slug over there though, trying to escape. Omega with those shots from the Mini 14. Looking for the connection, hasn't found a single point of contact though. K9 Esports, just Ninja Boy lost. The other 3 lads do manage to stay alive.
It has been very surprising, honestly, their performance inside of BGIS, the grind. I'm talking about K9 Esports. Because in the recently concluded third-party tournament, they were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
You were there on the desk, you saw them play as well. Omega and his rotations were phenomenal. Slug was performing like an absolute beast, and Beast was well. He was there, he was always making sure that he's supporting his comrades. So I don't exactly know what is going wrong, because even the lobby is similar, Johnny.
Can I say one thing, and this is, I mean, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, that yeah, they did well, the end result was good. But do you also remember how the first 2 days of the finals went? It wasn't theirs. They just played well on the last day itself, and specifically in the last 3 matches. So, again, that is not what consistency is all about. Same can be said for the players of Seoul. I mean, the first 2 games, okay, were not great. And then in the second last, day 2 is the Miramar that happened. Day number 2 is when that Miramar happened. So, in a finals, it's only 18 matches. And if you drop the first 9 games out of those 18, especially on LAN, the pressure to deal with is on a whole another level. So, again, right now it's still the grind, more matches, 24, it's fine. You had that extra Miramar to recover, and luckily you did. But what if it were the grand finals and that Miramar was the second last game you were playing?
It would have been too late.
Yeah.
And you cannot be a hit and a miss. That is what we always talk about, especially in long format tournaments like BGIS, like the grind, of course. But on the other side, we go back to that fight. We go back to San Martin. Revenant X-Park seems to take a back foot, but now they need vehicles. The circle has gone in quite a huge mile away from them. And what they need to do is to try and chase their way inside the circle quicker than Phoenix Esports, quicker than Reckoning Esports as well. Seoul, though, on the other hand, I love their rotation. They are the team who always takes a far northern end of the map, but they are so quick in their rotation. And I believe Mania has been the man who's kind of figured out the trick. Find your position very early on inside of the circle and then just hold it, because now you've got the assaulters who can get those high numbers on board.
But look at this, finally, I think notice sent out to Revenant X-Park and Phoenix Esports, a notice of eviction that you guys need to get out of San Martin right now. Revenant X-Park, they do take... Is he standing there now? Man, that was something else. But anyways, Seoul, Knuckle knocked out in the middle of nowhere. They're looking for a trade. Sarwith, HP chipped away, and he hits the floor as Hunters finds the connection. And Some, this man has no brakes. Just instantly moves in. Pressure on Legit. Shot connection found, and Some finds the opener. Well, not the opener. That's a third knock. And Seoul, they have the advantage in this fight. Metal Esports down to their last two players. One man is taking damage from the blue, so he might just bleed out extremely soon. There's it. Second man knocked out as well. Last man left standing, and I think the call has been made by the players of Metal. They need to get out of here. Or, well, the one surviving man needs to get out of here.
You know what, Johnny? I absolutely love Some. One, because, of course, he looks very innocent, but then when he actually steps into the battleground, he dives into battle, does not think twice. He knows he has that belief in his gunplay that he will get that frag for himself. But talk about frags, Metal Esports, they will get shut down. Look at the Esports, and their hold on this compound was brilliant. Lost Lane is currently under their control. And this compound and the high ground that Neo holds, I believe, will be the result of so many teams and their distraction.
Look at the formation on the map, man. All of them, as you mentioned, that high ground that all of them have taken are going to allow them to gatekeep anyone moving in from the west. And the western side of Los Leones is just open fields. So it is a good opportunity to hunt for points in the mid-game stages, but then moving out, if the circle keeps moving towards the eastern side, or if it is a Los Leones circle landing smack in the center of the city, that could be a challenge for Likita Esports. But 8-bit against Godlike, this is going to be a fight worth watching. 8-bit, they're desperate for points, they're desperate for qualification. You see in the rankings on the 10th with just 91 points in total.
For Godlike, they've always adopted this 3-1 strategy, right? 3 players inside of the circle. They keep Simp or Admino just outside to try and guard the back lines. Anybody trying to go on those wide flanks. But finally, I do feel like they are starting to regroup. And even 8-bit, they're deciding to fall back. But there is no escape. Reckoning is there. Hyoya has been taken down. Omega under challenge. And of course, he's going to fall.
Yeah, this is going to be a trade coming in. Reckoning out of nowhere show up, an unpleasant surprise for the players of 8-bit, but Godlike can use this as an advantage and pick off a lot of points from this fight. In the distance, we do see the players of Team Tamilas. An opportunity will be there for them to go for a third party, but what just happened in the backlines? The players from 8-bit starting to fall like flies. Ash going for a revive in the blue. This is a difficult position to play from, especially considering it is the 4th stage of the game. Reckoning Esports, a desperate rotation to move inside of the circle, but the punish comes through from the players of Godlike. And look at that, the zone. It is not letting the players of 8-bit stand them on their feet. And it is a big challenge for them to tackle. A big, big opportunity missed. Does he find the knockdown? Was perfect. Admino, gotta calm down, man.
Gotta calm down? Why? Just go ahead, get those finishes, and Godlike, they are being opportunistic at this point, trying to get in every single team that they feel at the far side. As of now, Reckoning was there, Trouble, always still trying to patch himself up, has got those 12 first aid kits, but I don't believe it's going to be enough waiting for Godlike to move out of this territory. But I don't believe it's going to be enough. This lonesome survivor has to make a lot of moves inside of the circle, and as gatekeepers, he's going to find not just Godlike, but also Reckoning as well as Team Tamilas.
Also, I'll tell you why I was telling Admin to come. That was a 400-meter plus spray that he was trying with the 4x. That was a lot of distance.
But had he connected, it would have been a highlight reel, man.
He did connect. He was like, I think 2 more shots maybe. It could have been a knock. But yeah, it would have just been incredible, man. That would have definitely registered as the longest distance frag inside of this game. But talk about frags, and TWOB show up again, looking to challenge Godlike. There is a big cluster forming towards the southeastern edge of the circle. The nade! Admino, he finds the opening again. Maybe not against Team Tamilas, but definitely against TWOB. The finish is going to be an easy one for the players of Godlike to secure. And TWOB, they will have to watch their comrades fall. But the third party from Team Tamilas, and well, you might have attempted a 400-meter spray, found a few connections, but still Admino knocked and finished at the hands of Team Tamilas.
A moment's brilliance, of course, from Team Tamilas right there. find their positioning. But now look at that, Anonymous. Extremely risky peek over there, trying to peek up from the ridge, but the head was exposed. Sim finds one, but he gets traded. TWOB, their trade game has been on fire so far, on point with their offense against Godlike, but they're being pushed back, and with Simp knocked down, I believe Godlike wants to kind of slow down the ante a little bit. TWOB also want to go in for the reset. Time will be provided, but it still feels like TWOB have an advantage in this fight, Johnny.
Yes, they do. They have the high ground advantage with the nade. It looks beautiful, but will the connection be found? In a way, yes. HP bars taken away. The second one quite close, and Punk, he only has one thing to say to the players of TWOB. You, my friends, have been punked. Over here, Yashu, the counter nade comes through, only a sliver of HP taken away, but this is a risky position on the flats. The players of TWOB, line of fire is going to be theirs, and Jonathan overextends, but does survive, not getting knocked out. Punk, too close for comfort, gets taken out instead, and Godlike, they are starting to fall. Two players knocked, one already finished off. The last man standing is going to be the legend himself, Jonathan, against the two individuals up front. Make that one. Yashu is the last survivor. One man in the backlines was knocked out. A revive is being brought on the board. The jump shot from the shotgun fails, and the world of battle end up winning this battle against the gods themselves. But they only get 2 points.
They only get 2 points because of the fact that they were third-party accompaniments coming from the back lines. TWOB and their comeback story is still continuing, but there is another team who's also fighting for their victory. It's going to be Team Tamilas, and I believe it's a 1v1 engagement.
Yeah.
Viper, their talisman, versus Mr. Aishil, their talisman. Viper does have those 2 frags already, but Team Tamilas, I want to find out where is Maxi positioned, because he's not with his Aishil currently, and that might be the result of their debacle. He knows the TPP angle is there, the information is there as well. The nade is being cooked, and if it's just popped right in time, I believe he might actually find the knock. Mr. Aishil going in for it. Information was there, but no connection found, Johnny, as of yet. This is extremely dicey.
Yeah, it is dicey indeed, because right now this man, he's trying to play for survival, not for the frags. Oh no, a little bit of a blunder. The buggy gets stuck in a ditch, and Mr. IGL is he will be put inside that ditch by the players of Reckoning Esports. But Viper, how does he figure out a way to slither inside of that top 8? 2 frags on the board for Reckoning Esports, all in the hands of Viper. And Team Tamilas and Reckoning Esports, both the teams down to their last players. But look at the circle, Salty. We are heading into urban warfare endgame. And I'm pretty sure in a situation like this, there's going to be a lot of teams, a lot of players in Stage 9.
This is Operation Desert Storm, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, you're talking about Viper. Hunters was the man who actually made it possible. Of course, we'll talk about that, but look at the highlights. Team Tamilas, they had the advantage. They found the right end of the opening, and that resulted in a domino effect. Godlike had no chance of survival in that one, right? From the front lines, pressure was constantly being peppered. The nades were dire perfect from TWOB. And with 8-bit Team Tamilas and everybody else just causing so much trouble for Godlike, there was no way they could escape. They were almost wrapped around like an absolute cobra. But coming back to Cobras and coming back to Viper, his friend Hunters pulled off something incredible, being the lonesome survivor till the final circle all by himself. Now that his friend is gone and him watching this fight, I believe he wants to pull a same page out of that playbook. But now look at this. Revenant X-Park, they themselves have made their way inside of the urban lands. Will they be able to survive, Johnny, is going to be my question.
I think they have a pretty decent position, so yeah, maybe. Unless 4 Miracle can do something about it. 4 Miracle playing a 2-2 split. 2 players towards the northeastern edge of the circle. And 2 pushed in about 100 meters in. Revenant X-Park on the other side. A 3-1 split coming into play. There's going to be a lot of gatekeeping happening. And it will happen while the players move from compound to compound. But Viper, animal control was called. And that snake has been picked off. Revenant X-Park on the other side. Spray God getting taken out. The trade comes through. Shadow finds Dragon OP.
But the finish has been stolen. Flock just just waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Revenant X Park could not really celebrate. In fact, they will have a chance to actually shed some tears. Pray God, one of their most promising players has been taken down right now.
Yeah.
And of course, the circle also ditching them. Of course, it's just 15 meters that they have to traverse. But I love what 4 Miracles have done. They were deploying a 2-2 split as of yet, but as soon as the opportunity came, as soon as Pray God was knocked out, they saw an opening, made a mad dash inside the circle, and now they're the ones who are gatekeeping the lads of Revenant X Park.
Yeah, and the problem is that there are more teams inside. Anyone with a high ground at any time can cause bigger problems for both these two sides. But talk about problems, and it is going to be Soul suffering from a few at the hands of TWOB. One man knocked out, the revive comes through, Miner knocked out again, and the second man, Hunters, is going to be falling as well. Some, he's the last man surviving, I believe, for the side of Soul. The nade goes out into the smoke, and that's going to be the closing blow. TWOB on fire in this game of Miramar. 6 finishes on the board already, and this control of the southern edge also gives them a little bit of high ground to work with against the teams inside of Los Leones. Although the first gatekeepers that they will have to find a way around is going to be the side of OG.
Well, the comeback story we were talking about, it is the battle for survival right now. Orangutan versus the World of Battle. Extremely close to each other. 94 points versus 114. But Orangutan, they themselves also have to be extremely cautious because K9's Beast is just lurking around in the backgrounds. You cannot move as much as you potentially can. For TWOB also as well, the compulsion to move and making a mad dash inside the circle is not there. So they can just wait and relax and wait for this fight to pan out because there's absolutely no space. We saw the high ground, we saw the dip as well. It's open grounds. It is easy pickings for Orangutan if they try and make a move, Johnny.
Well, let's see. Moves definitely being made, but as I like to describe this game, it's a game of chess where you do not see the other side of the board. So you have to be extremely careful with what you do. And this time, caution being displayed for the first time ever by Likhta Esports. Still on the first position in the overall ranking. And talking about the overall ranking, a few survivors fighting for qualification. Team Tamilas, 102 points as of now. Oh, did the last man just get finished off? No, I believe it is Revenant X Park that are falling at the hands of K9. And as you were talking about gatekeeping, Salty, Revenant X Park have been completely denied entry further into this game. And top 8, here we go, 27 players still alive.
The first match was a match for top 8. This one is a fight for survival for the bottom ones as well.
Yeah.
Look at the chart. Soul has been eliminated, Godlike has been eliminated, Versatile, Revenant X Park, Phoenix, everyone bites the dust. But as of now, TWOB, for them, the ball is in their court right now because they're the ones who need to make a move, even for Cincinnati Kids. But I like what Likhta Esports and K9 are doing, right? They've got their placements out of the circle and now they're trying to gatekeep the outliers and they're being ever so successful. For K9, they need a lot more of this. They need so many points to keep themselves alive on the overall standings. But TWOB deploying some tactics and I want to see what kind of shenanigans that he can pull off. Well,
no shenanigans, Salty. Straight up chicken dinner needed if you want to try and get inside that ring to fight for the qualification. Because look at the standings. TWOB 95 points, including the finishes that they have right now. And if they fail to get the chicken in this game of Miramar, then the pressure just builds up on the upcoming map of Sanok. Same goes for K9 Esports. 83 points on the board and they're down to 3 players already. Team Tamilas, the only team that stood a chance of qualifying, not qualifying, but breaking inside the top 8 just off of this game of Miramar, has already been eliminated. And TWOB going up against OG makes things worse for TWOB. A trade knock has been secured. Khanna with that nade needs to find the finish point for his team. Lobs it out, but I believe the connection is not going to be there, at least not in the way that he wants it. Instantly runs away, but the knock through the window is going to be there for OG. Khanna under pressure as well, and AKOP through the window. The sniper strikes with an AR and a 3x. It might just be 2 points, but it is the direct elimination of the competition from the top 7 of this match.
What was Kana thinking? His teammate just got knocked out in the same angle from the same spot right in front of his eyes, but still goes in for that window itself, takes a gamble, does not pay off. But as of now, 4 aggressive men, they're the ones who are biting the dust. Cincinnati kids out of nowhere, they're the ones who've been extremely silent so far, have found themselves a little bit of a pocket of space, and Juicy with the high ground advantage knows exactly how to pin down the likes of 4 Miracles. I believe the information for Poco, WNL as well as BA Baba is there. One nade, one effective nade. I believe they will be out.
I think so too, I agree. I think either it's going to be the nade or it's just going to be the focus fire between Aditya, Flock and Juicy. Mighty's job is clear. He just needs to keep vision and information and track what the players of Likita Esports are doing and make sure that they do not move towards the players of Cincinnati Kids or do not get into a position from where they can gatekeep the players of Cincinnati Kids. How long will 4 Miracles stay there? Let's see, okay?
Well, the countdown is on, and I believe it's the countdown of their lifeline as well. 2, 1, 0. The zone starts to close it. Cincinnati Kids, though, on the back line. Juicy makes a big fall, but it is actually, I believe, Likita Esports who spotted their player. Likita, of course, they've got the sightlines, Johnny.
Yeah, blame Mighty for that. As I said, it was his job to keep track of Likita Esports. He was hiding in a corner. I'm pretty sure Juicy might have a few words about it, but now at least the distraction from OG will be there. 2 players charging forward. Preemptive nade coming in from Goblin, and the strike around the corner. The knock, an incredible one. So much confidence in this monster, but 2 players, the nade goes out, the pressure continues, and the second is gonna be there as well. More points secured by Likita Esports as they keep climbing to the skies. 178. Can they get the chicken dinner and surpass everyone else in this game of Miramar itself?
Potentially, yes, but so far Cincinnati Kids also want to stop that journey as well. 3 players, yes, the Aishil might have fallen, but the Mighty is still standing tall. Aditya is still standing tall. Flock, of course, being ever so consistent. But this compound battle will be extremely important. Likita Esports do not stop. They want to eradicate. They want to extinct the likes of the Apes and RON-AKOP. You talked about the sniper. Now the sniper needs to come back shining, and the golden boy, will he be able to scream? Aru finds the angle, the spray down is there, but from the flank, Likita find the opening, and I believe now they are gonna get wiped out.
The 4 turns into a 5, and there's no slowing him down. Goblin, he is on fire. The revive needs to come through, and Neo, he's the only man knocked out right now. No opportunity to stay behind the blue zone. It's the 9-stage collapse. There are no more revives. It's an all-out war between these 4 squads. 14 players still surviving. K9 Esports, 4 aggressive man. It is their opportunity to break inside of the top 8, but the ones standing between them and the qualification are the ones that are trying to protect their home ground.
Yeah, talking about home ground, of course, K9. Beautiful positioning. Beast, of course, has been smoked off, so no lines of fire. But Slug cooking up that nade. He knows Wizard is up there. He wants to take that sniper down as well. From the high grounds, 4 aggressive men might have the advantage, but do they have the numbers is going to be the question. Likita under fire. Beast lobs in that nade as well, but Likita, look at their guts. Look at the way they are courageously making that run. And Cincinnati Kids, they're falling in like dominoes.
Well, it is all thanks to 4 aggressive men and the nades and the utility that was lobbed towards the players of Cincinnati Kids. And Likita Esports, as you were talking about their move, Salty, they are not going anywhere. Hector stays behind in the blue. Viper knocked out. K9 with the man advantage, and Hector forced out into the open. Wizard, a magic trick on display as Hector is made to vanish. 2 players surviving from the side of 4 aggressive man, and they are up against the 1 man from Cincinnati Kids. The leap of faith from Wizard. It is him and Eggy against Mighty, and Mighty falls. Not so mighty at all as the aggression from 4 AM gets them the chicken.
Wow, what an intense battle did we witness. Urban warfare at its absolute best. every single team, be it Likita, be it K9, be it Cincinnati Kids, or be it 4AM, just giving it their all. And at the end of it all, it was Wizard and his wizardry that got them the chicken dinner. It was brilliant to watch. And I told you, right, I love urban warfare. There's a reason why everybody had a chance, but those final little micro maneuvers. Likita were going so strong, but instantly getting shut down.
Look at the esports. I don't know what kind of day they are having, what they had for breakfast, but could we get some of that, please? That was incredible.
I believe you had some as well. The hype was brilliant.
I don't know, man. I mean, they had something else entirely. Game one of Erangel, that was just an amazing performance there. And then on Miramar, ooh, Goblin is not shutting down. Hector, his brain games are impressive. Him staying back a few extra seconds made me think that, all right, maybe he has a few extra first stage. Maybe he might just go for a heal battle, full boosters and everything going right. But no, there was nothing on him. He just stayed back. I think he was hoping that maybe someone else is going to try and peek, maybe just like aiming down the ridge.
Yeah.
And Hector was hoping that he could find the head connection and maybe just confirmation instantly. But man, that is something else coming in from Likita Esports. But you know what? Now I want to see how many points K9 and 4AM have in total.
Yeah, even TWB, as a matter of fact, I believe they were going in really strong, but that rage kind of got in to their demise. Orangutan was really well placed, but they themselves getting shut down. And I love the way Likita Esports actually counter it. Yes, a couple of their players had taken the tumble, but to instantly figure out an anti-strat.
The most hilarious moment of the game. I think Kahana getting taken out the way he got.
Yes, true that. His teammate falling right in front of him, but still going in for the gamble. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, the highlights, and there were so many. Oh my word!
That is what we were talking about. Yeah. That is exactly what we were talking about. Oh, we didn't even see this. That is pretty fun as well. But for aggressive man, Salty, you have to say, I mean, massive props to these lads, right? Because playing from the bottom of the leaderboard and converting the match the way that they did. It's just incredible, the readjustment coming through after the fiasco in that last game. Oh, and this was my favorite moment from Goblin. The amount of confidence he has to just point-blank charge, swing perfectly around the corner, aim adjustment, very precise, finds the knock, pushes the second man, the nade follow-up as well. Every single micro detail in that 1v2 was just spot on.
Absolutely. And it's not just Goblin as well. You've got to give it credit to Neo. You've got to give it credit to Viper as well. Everybody coming in strong. The last fight, of course, from Mighty could have done a little better, but then, of course, he was overshadowed. Overshadowed by whom? The MVP. You praised him, and he is the most valuable player in this map. It's Goblin. 5 finishes, 733 points of damage. Talking about the top 5 players, conquered by 2 4M players. You've got Wizard and you've got Eggy, sharing 8 finishes in between them.
Yeah, man, it seems like every character who's a Wizard is all powerful, right? Even this one, 5 finishes on the board. Eggy, the brilliant support from the flank. Because it was a complicated position. That final fight where he was at the top of that broken building and Eggy was on the flank, that was a very difficult position to fight from unless the synergy between the 2 players was like very good. K9 Esports. Yeah, the only bad part about K9 Esports' performance is that now at the end of the day we have to listen to Necro saying that it was all because he predicted K9 Esports. That's the only thing I'm upset about, but they are playing very well.
They certainly are, but to actually climb up on the standings, it's going to take much more than that, to be honest. Back-to-back chicken dinners is what they can do. Look at the healing numbers, 13,355 points of HP that has been recovered. But on the point standings, it is 4 aggressive men who actually recover their position. 20 points secured, and that seems like a lot, but they also had a lot of ground to trail as well.
I mean, yes, a long, long way to go. But hey, this gets them into a fighting position, I believe. This gets them close to 100, right? And with how Cincinnati Kids and OG were taken out, I think 115 is going to be the target at the 8th position right now. So, door still open.
We called for it. The first map of Erangel, bottom 8 was eradicated. The map of Miramar, the top 8 was eradicated. But Likita, of course. And that is one of the reasons why on the overall standings, there's no doubt about it. They're going to be far ahead.
You have friends in Reckoning Esports, right?
Yeah.
Can you find out what is going on over there? I mean, because it seems like, as you said, perfectly said, right? Bottom 8 bounced back in this match. And this time it wasn't a hop. It was like one of the leaps like the Hulk takes when he takes off the ground. But everyone except Reckoning Esports is making that bounce back. Reckoning Esports still struggling in the overall leaderboard. So top 8, pretty stable. Likita Esports 181. The only thing I want to see from them is in the next 4 matches, please get those 40, 50 points more. I want to see Likita Esports in the same category as VST and SBA. And if they can pull it off in this group, that is going to be incredible. But Team Tamilas 103, 4 aggressive man. It gets them close to 95. 95 tied up with TWOB. So there is a big gap to still. Salty, have a feeling, right? I don't think the top 8 is going to change at the end of the day. Maybe Team Tamilas gets in and Phoenix gets out.
See, we have a double Sanok coming up, right?
Yeah.
And the double Sanok changes everything. Especially for the teams who at least cross that 95-point mark or even the 93-point mark. With another back-to-back win, I believe that there is going to be some changes, especially if the top 8, just like we saw this time around. If they stumble yet again, there will be problems, and we've seen Sanhok circles, they've always caused problems. Now, why did the top 8 falter? Because that lost in a circle, it's always supposed to be dominated by the likes of maybe Team Tamilas, maybe the likes of 4AM. It is their hotspot, and they defended it very well. But on the map of Sanhok, you never really know. It has always been in the Delta region, so the top 8 might falter again.
You said problems and Sanhok. K9. Camp Alpha. Alright, guys, Camp Alpha, please.
I have nothing to do but this. It is a big RIP for them. I'm not sure. It is history and it's stats that I'm figuring out, that I'm stating right now. But of course, all of that theory crafting we're going to talk about when we come back after this very short break, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go.
Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. The grind, it's down to the last day, last 4 matches to go. The Super Johnny joined by Icy Baby 1-2. And Icy, I guess, what do you have to say? Ice Baby.
To be honest, I predicted that Likita Esports to be, the ones that make a bounce back yesterday. Today, it just seems to me like 2 games in a row, Likita Esports is popping off. They were in the top, and here, you know what? Let's just show him how Goblin is such a beast himself, because he's been popping off with his insane mechanics throughout these 2 games so far.
But to be fair, he lets everyone know, right? His name is Goblin inside of the game, so everyone needs to be aware that this man is not a man, he's a monster.
I agree. Yeah. And on top of it all, for these guys watching at home, guess what? Realme P3 Pro 5G is here to redefine the gaming experience for every single one out there, and is also made for gamers like you, like him, and also like me as well. And of course, it is finally out on Flipkart with the price of $21,999. You can just search it up on Flipkart for Realme P3 Pro 5G and check out this amazing specs on top of that glow-in-the-dark feature, which is something I've been flexing.
Look at how beautiful it is, right? Look at how pretty this device is. I was just trying to take it, man.
I see you. I see you, brother. I see you.
Of course you do. His name is Icy.
Yeah, for sure. Anyways, moving on towards the competition as well. And of course, today being the last chance for some of these teams to actually qualify for the top 8 means that the top 8 teams will directly advance into the quarterfinals, whereas the bottom 8 is going to be starting things off on round number 4. So, as we go down towards today's matches, we are down towards the final 4 matches, and this is going to be the first for today in terms of Sanhok, where we might see a little bit of switch here for teams who's trying to make it to the top 8.
Exactly, and I always believe on the last day, the Sanhok is the actual beginning of the end. Teams are going to go all out, but where are they going to drop? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find that out. Sanhok in 3, 2, 1, here we go.
All right. To the land of chaos here in BGMI. We are heading into the map of Sandhawk 4x4. And to start things out, flight path seems to be a very, very early morning. In this case, a very forgiving one for all these teams. A pretty balanced one from all the way from northeast, heading all the way down to the southwest of this quadrant. A pretty balanced one from every single team. Everyone is going to be able to get the usual drop spots. But the story for this match has to continue in a sense where will we see a major clash between Seoul and K9 down towards Alpha Island once more?
No, they did not listen to me, man. They're going after 4 a.m. instead. I think it's revenge for that previous game of Miramar. K9 Esports taking a drop towards Khao and Tambang. But it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out. Look at the Esports, my apologies, is in Tambang. Look at the match standings, though. A big difference in terms of consistency. Even though Seoul has 2 chicken dinners on this map of Sandhawk, they only have 54 points. Look at the Esports on the other side, 80.
Yeah, it was yesterday's match in Sandhawk itself where Likita Esports was able to bounce back with big wins coming from Goblin's insane reflexes in general. And because of that, they were able to bounce back from what? On the bottom 8 all the way to the top 2. But all this considered, look at this. A major clash happens. Phoenix Esports in a very early engagement with 4 a.m.
I love these 4 boys, man. Not afraid of anything. They're sitting on the 8th position in the overall leaderboard and they realize fighting is the only way to move forward. And this time has the dualies to go with. The M4 as well. His teammate right next to him. Pro from the side of 4 a.m. pinned out. But he's going to get knocked out as he tries to escape the shack. And Phoenix Esports, 2 points already secured in this early conflict. 4 a.m. though, they're still alive, still in this matchup. But I'm worried about K9 Esports. Sandhawk, it's not a big map. So right now, even K9 Esports, oh, I just thought they were hearing the conflict, the sounds of the weapons being fired. But Omega, he saw it all happen.
Well, speaking of seeing all this happen as well, considering the fact that Phoenix is a team where they live up to the expectation of rush if possible. And in this case, they have been doing it every single game. And guess what? If they drive in the wrong direction, okay, they're going to get out, so K9 is not going to be able to pick them apart, so
yeah.
It is going to be a little bit unfortunate, considering the fact that K9 does have one of the most inconsistent drops in Sandhawk, so they are a little bit unpredictable. But like you said as well, they tried to third party 4 a.m., but this time 4 a.m. has been pushed out on towards this entire northern section. In this case, look at this, K47 all the way to far north. They don't really have a lot of loose to work with. Phoenix in Mong9, Khao in K9. And I don't really know what 4 a.m. can really do about this if they realize that there is 2 teams this early in the northern region.
I think the only good thing about Sandhawk is, again, it's the good thing and the bad thing. It's a pro and a con, both the same thing. The map is a short map. So you can stay behind, look for those first aids, and just wait for the opponents to move and then just play slow. Because you will not have to cover up a lot of distance even in those late round rotations. That's the only thing to work with, I think, for the side of 4 a.m. But godlike, they're stalking the players of TWOB. Yashu and Kana still in hiding. Do they have information of Admino? They've not seen those pixels yet.
Yeah, I don't think he realizes this as well. Admino barely caught a glimpse onto his TWOB. The houses seems to be closed and unlooted as well. But if Admino sees one of the doors open, he knows for a fact there's going to be somebody hiding inside. In this case, I think he caught a glimpse onto his Kana, who's hiding on the edge, proning inside the houses. But looking at Amino, he needs his loot, he needs his stocks, he is gathering information for the team, but it's only 4 minutes in the game, and right now, they're pretty much starving. Doesn't even have a backpack or a vehicle for Hero Extreme Godlike right now.
Yeah, I think Admino's only job is to make sure he has the information. He's going to relay that information to the rest of the team, and when they close in, they can just instantly make a pounce on those 2 individuals. Team Tamilas on the other side, a team that is... for so long, they are sitting on that 9th position, I see, just failing to get their foot inside of the top 8. Phoenix 119, Team Tamilas 103, 16 points shy. 17, if you think about 120, will comfortably put them in the top 8.
See, considering the fact that Rico and Maxi is the star players coming from Team Tamilan, they have stepped up a lot during the first 2 days, which is last week, right?
True.
And considering that now, after the break, yesterday and today's performance coming from Team Tamilan has been very, very inconsistent. And I wouldn't say it's a skill issue. It's more like they're just very unlucky because every single time they start an engagement, they are so always getting third party. In this case, so far, it feels like the pressure is on. 4 more games left. They have, like you said, 16 points to catch up for top 8. On top of if Team Phoenix drops the ball, so it is still up for grabs to actually push into the top 8. And I know for a fact the fans are hoping for teams like Orangutan, for Phoenix, for Revenant Xbox to drop the ball and maybe allowing them the chance to sneak into the top 8.
Well, let's see. I think at this time you do not want to sneak into the top 8. You want to announce your entry inside of the top 8 with a big game. 20-point in terms of finishes and the chicken dinner. 30-point, go for it. Because that's the only way you attain safety. At this point, from TWOB's perspective, because Team Tamil is right, let's not talk about them anymore. They're on the verge, and I think for them it's quite easy to break into the top 8. But from TWOB's perspective, 20 points only gets them to 115, and they will still be outside of the top 8. What is going on? All right, they take a preemptive exit from that jet ski just to not run into the players of Phoenix Esports, and in fact it's just one man, Fury.
Yeah, I think this is smart. Like, 4 aggressive men is in a situation where they need to play a little bit safe, right? Like, they are in the same condition with TWOB. They need some sort of placements, and playing it safe, yes, they took for the water route, which is a longer rotation, but I think he spotted out Fury. Because of that, they had to get out. Because if they risk getting eliminated right here, right now, it is going to put them in awkward situations later on. But seeing as how the game already began, how awkward can he get, man? How awkward can he get? It's already 2 men down, and they're the only team who's lost members in 6 minutes into the game.
I hope 4 AM make it to the quarterfinals. They have been trying their level best. The start of the journey was a decent one. Today, yeah, this game of Sanhok not really working out too well, but they still have 3 matches to go. So let's see how their story turns out. Although round 4 actually doesn't sound too bad, right? When we remember that we started with Group D, where there were teams. In fact, there are teams that have been pushed to round 1.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but at the same time, you know, those who have this slight advantage right now, they definitely want to qualify for the quarterfinals.
Did you see that horse?
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
It was very cool, man.
It kind of reminds me of a specific anime which just dropped yesterday in the latest episode.
Oh, yeah.
It starts with S.
Yeah, Sparrow was watching it as well.
I know, right? It's so cool. Yeah, it rhymes with solo. Solo warrior.
You could have just said soul.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But all things considered, we do see K9 Esports also having a little bit of room to work with, considering all the Sanhok performances from yesterday. This is the first time they've survived this long into the game. But little did they know, without any kind of vehicles, they might run into his Revenant Xbox, who's also lurking beside them in shadow. I'm pretty sure it's outside the zone. Might get spotted out, and guess what? That's going to be the opening pick, and that's going to be Shadow feeding some free points in the hands of K9 Esports.
Yeah, and K9 Esports, they're going to be happy to grab those as quickly as possible, especially in the early stages of this game.
Oh boy, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? Like, after the moment Shadow went down, everyone from Revenant Xbox just dipped out of there and said, you know what, I'm out of here. They rotated out of the zone. Meanwhile, on the screen right now, Orangutan, they do find members from Hero Extreme Godlike. Punk down, Sim also knocked as well. Not a great start for Hero Extreme Godlike, but Orangutan is a team looking to try and solidify their spots in the top 8.
Yeah, OG, they're going to try and attain safety inside of the top 8, but on that finish feed, did you see that Team Tamilas, they find a third party against the players of K9 Esports. One man knocked out. I believe the finish confirmation is about to come through, and it does, in fact, just a few moments ago. So 3 players from the side of K9 Esports still in it to win it, but they are the ones outside the circle. Team Tamilas on this northern edge. Brilliant, brilliant opportunity to gatekeep, but ENG, failed opportunities turn into regrets. And this time, he's going to be regretting the timing of that play. K47 spotted out in the back lines as well, running for his life. Venom dropped extremely low. In fact, the players from the side of Phoenix, all of them, very low. If he can connect his shots, K47 might be looking at a lot of extra frags for himself. Runs out in FPP, but he sees his own demise through that first-person POV. Phoenix Esports, they'll be happy to grab those 2 points. Bonus.
Oh, so unfortunate. They wanted revenge, but unfortunate to say he had to pick with the left hand, which again, right-handed picks will have a slight advantage because of how they're holstering the weapon, and because of that, he could not line up the shot perfectly. So this gives Phoenix Esports the complete points in their favor, but it does waste their time a little bit because while this is happening, guess what? Revenant Xbox, who had a little bit of run-in with K9 Esports, is going to run into them later on outside the zone. But for now, Team Tamilas, they've heard those gunshots coming from K9. They are going to hope, and I mean really, really hope, the circle favors them, because right now the circle is very, very far away from them.
But look at this, Revenant Xbox. While you thought that they were going to exit back towards the northern side, they rotate, moving in from Mognai to Bhan. Find the players of Phoenix. One opening has been secured. It's just the knock on to Venom, the conversion. It is going to be a little bit difficult, but SprayGod, he does not care. Has those 5 grenades on him and is making the push towards the top of the hill. One of the players from the side of Phoenix has been sent on the flank. The S12K, it is ready to go berserk. SprayGod, the nade, he needs to lob it to perfection, but AimGod, he's going to try and push him back, just juking left and right around the rock. The first man is going to be knocked out. The second, it's the flow, and the shotgun in this man's hand is a different beast entirely. A 1v1, and SprayGod is going to be the next man to be taken out. Instantaneous conversion coming through. Revenant Xbox and Phoenix Esports, it's down to a 2v2.
Oh, in this case, Sarang needs to land the perfect nade. He barely clips aimbot. Here comes a shot as well. They're down really, really low. It comes down to 1 bullet, but the jump shot from aimbot connects once more. And Revenant X-Spark, they're losing all their members, and only Joker remains. And he is gonna turn his tail and with his tail tucked between his pants, and he's gonna run away as Phoenix Esports will come up alive with 2 players and 6 finishes in total.
All right, I see. Imagine you're a coach for one of these teams, right? And you see, you're a coach for one of the teams in the bottom 8. And you see the teams in the top 8 just taking each other out, man. What do you do? How do you deal with that?
Well, move on, man. Move on, go next. In this case, what's next on screen? Guess what? Salme, a little bit of predicament. He heard the gunshots, but Goblin, his reactions, it's unheard of. What a flick from Goblin.
That was a very hard angle to check, but I love the confidence. Without delay, just moves in before the other player can think of what to do, whether this man is going to push or just hold that angle. Goblin is already there, staring them in his face. Hunters, but he's going to be hunted down, or maybe just fished outside of that water as the spray goes through. A few shot connections are there, and Hunters, he's just trying to swim for his life. The nades go out, but he's too far away from the...
Oh! 1 HP, he's about to be out of breath as well. Can he survive this? He needs to heal up, he needs to pop a bandage, he needs some air. Fortunately for him, he does have a little cover, he's gonna be okay, but the flank Viper, he sees him. Does he connect? But Viper at the same time, he's getting shot from afar, so for now, Viper might be able to live momentarily. As Goblin, they're gonna get shot. From where? For Miracle, they hit the third party.
Yeah, the third party comes through, and this is the saving grace for Soul. But look at the esports on the run right now. Neo knocked out Viper and Hector. 2 players left standing. This is stage 3 ending in 30 seconds, so they can't really waste time for a revive. They need to readjust, need to be on the move. But Phoenix Esports, they're still in the... They've not moved at all. They're still just north of Bhan.
Clashes after clashes for Phoenix Esports, but they will be able to hunt down Joker, the last remaining player from Revenant X-Spark. Guess what? Total of 7 finishes, and they are still in the borderline of top 8. But guess what? On the scoreboard, they are on 6th place for now, so they are okay. But all he needs to do is just to find some saving grace in terms of placement. But as I can see, he's about to run into K9 as well as Team Tamilas, as Fury tries to make it in the next phase of the zone. Does Omega spot him out? It seems like he briefly heard the vehicles coming from Fury, and I think he has a rough idea that is someone inside the zone, but does he want to risk it considering the fact that they're still so far away from the next phase of the zone, and it's stage 4?
But I think they see him from the flank as well. Fury spotted out. Yes, from B's position, Fury is going to be visible. And Omega, he's been made aware of the threat behind, but they got to trust each other. The moment Fury moves out, Beast can go for the takedown. Omega is prepared for that frag as well. Although, what I'm worried about are the teams on the other side, TWOB and Cincinnati Kids, K9 Esports. The moment they pull the trigger, they will make the other teams deep inside the circle aware of their position. Here it is. Fury just runs it back top of the hill.
1 second left. The circle is about to close in. He's getting shot as well. He somehow still survives, but we're going to be jumping a little bit away as well. K9, they're looking for the hunt. Fury stuck in a rock in the hard place, and K9 continues with their assault. Omega goes in for the push. Fury goes in for the tank inside the zone, but shots coming from afar forces a retreat from K9 Esports. It's just not worth it. And Fury will be able to live to tell another day for now. But it is stage 4 outside the zone right now.
And inside the zone, Cincinnati Kids, some pressure felt at the hands of TWOB, but look at the Esports. Oh my goodness, Soul! Oh! They level up, I see. And they find the frags against the players of Likita Esports. It was just one last man remaining. They got to thank the players of 4 AM, by the way, because that was the team that showed up from the backlines. The distraction for Likita Esports. The team at the top of the leaderboard eliminated from the game. Godlike potentially can be next as they are down to their last man. Fury finally put out of his misery. The great marathon that he was running comes to an end in this game as Phoenix Esports also face an early exit. 12 teams, 38 players still alive, and we are still in stage 4.
Yeah, it is going to be very risky for them, but at the same time, TWOB making a comeback here. They do find members coming from K9 Esports. Omega getting knocked outside the zone. Beast tries to retaliate as Superman tries to zone him up. As of yet, TWOB furthest away from the borderline for the top 8 position. They're 20 points away at least. And this might be the game that they're being eyeing for, but they need those finishes. K9 now looking to dodge away through. Team Dominant eliminated as well by K9. Team Dominant out of the running for now to try and push for more points in the top 8. And this is good for TWOB.
Yeah, I mean, TWOB, the doors open up, as you mentioned, 25 points needed. As of now, the only problem is that OG and Cincinnati Kids, both these two teams are alive. So along with getting those 25 points, TWOB, they have to make sure that OG and Cincinnati Kids get taken out as early as possible with no points secured. It's going to be a little bit difficult to do, but Godlike, look at them. They're playing the center and they're playing it to perfection. But this Clash of the Titans, Soul up against 8-bit, 3v3 for now. Make that a 3v2 as Mafia is going to be hitting the floor. Manya finding the frag for his team. Hunter moves forward, the nade at the ready, and he has a clear line of sight. Lobs it in the faces of 8-bit, and the pixels are going to be destroyed. They are going to be burned. The follow-up nade as well. Ash going for a revive inside of the corner room. Around the corner, preemptive fire, and the bait out the shots, but the nade from his own teammate is going to be the reason that the momentum for Soul is going to be slowed for a bit, although they do end up securing that squad wipe.
Oh boy, that's a little bit unfortunate for them, but at the same time, moving on, Meadow Esports going head-to-head with VXT, one of the strongest team thus far. Somraj now in knocked position, Raiden in the front lines trying to hold down Meadow Esports. They are looking for those resets, but S-Power in the flanks get messed up by Prince OG. And right now, he sees the Echo as well. Raiden, he didn't realize they were side by side, but the pump comes in. Prince OG comes up on top. And now, it's only one player left. Equinox, the boy wonder, against all odds. 1 versus 3. The nade comes in. He is going to quick hit to perfection. Looks good. But tagged up pretty half. Thunder gets knocked off. Equinox inside the barn. He's the zone. He's going to eat him alive. The rush comes in. Equinox looking for more pushes. But the Molotov is going to zone him out. He needs to heal himself up. Look at the zone tech. He is going to bleed out. And he's out as well as Metal Esports finds themselves a small victory at the corners of the zone.
Man, after a moment like that, you start rooting for the man to survive. But, just unfortunate. But kudos to Metal and Prince, especially. That was an awkward interaction with Raiden. Sometimes just makes you think, like, what are you doing here? Raiden also thought the same.
Yeah,
delayed reaction.
At the same time, I want to really bring it back to a little bit to the previous match here. And at the same time, like what Soul and also 8-bit happened, the third party from Orangutan was the reason why they just couldn't finish up their head-to-head, which is really unfortunate. But seeing how this is going as well, TWOB, as of yet, in contention, they do scout out Aditya, and that's an opening that they're looking forward. Kenha in prime position, get some solid positioning points, and we're down to 6 teams. This is a good run for TWOB.
Yeah, this is the game they can make it all happen in. 101. Need to secure the 120 at least in this game, but points taken off the board as Metal are going to be wiped out by the players of Seoul. Cincinnati Kids still in the fight. And in this game, CK and OG, they get themselves to safer pastures. 127, 126 as the counter keeps going up. They just move further and further away from the reach of the teams outside of the top 8. The only problem is they're fighting each other right now.
Ooh, with the zone closing in, how will they fight? They need to move out. Cincinnati Kids is hot out members from Orangutan. They're trying to go in for the rescue. Medic, somebody needs help. But Flock can't seem to get the knock as well, and he's about to bleed out very, very soon to the zone.
Oh, this is just brutal. We are going to watch him just get destroyed by the blue. Second last first aid. This is going to be the last one. And after this, as soon as he makes the run, either OG or TWOB are going to finish him off. The pre-fires, I think he's accepted it. He's going to lob out everything and just go down to the blue. Deny points. I like this game plan. No one gets his frag.
Well, indeed. But the game continues. Final 4 teams happens. And as soon as you say it is, Nicole gets the opening knock on that Denki. Hero Extreme Godlike still surviving with Admino and Jonathan right inside the only compound in this next phase of the zone. And guess what? They're open for Seoul in this long-range battle. So they need to be a little bit careful if they want to pick out these angles. But as soon as I say this, Kanha, from out of nowhere, they find Hero Extreme Godlike. And Orangutan, they're out as well.
Yeah, OG eliminated. TWOB still alive with all 4 players. I see you said it. 20 points needed to recover in the overall leaderboard. They have 5 already, but the problem is Yashu has been knocked out, and Seoul, they have the zone all to themselves. The players from Godlike spotted out inside of that shack. The molly is going to be lobbed in their faces or at their feet as they get burned alive. But Anonymous only gets 1 pick off of that run down the hill. It's going to be a fall, and Superman gets destroyed, not by Lex Luthor, but by Team Seoul, as it was not Miramar this time. They conquer the map of Sanhok. A decent win, a chicken dinner to their name, and I think this is all because Likita got the last one.
Yep, it is a little bit unfortunate, but Seoul has really stepped up as well. And
yeah,
talking of the top 2 teams with the highest amount of points in Sanhok in general, Seoul and Likita Esports are the team that you have to watch out for. Before this match actually began, Likita had the most amount of points, but with this chicken dinner, Seoul had 2 before. Now it is going to be 3 for Seoul Esports.
So they will have the most chicken dinners on Sanhok, but it was 80 to 52 or 58, something like that. So I wonder how many finishes they have, because 10 for the chicken, and if they have like 17 finishes, and if what was 58, then they still fall short. So it's going to be interesting. But the one thing that is guaranteed is these 2 teams have something against each other, and not in a wrong way, right? It's the competition
it's
on
just
the overall
bragging,
leaderboard.
right? Who's
Yeah,
gonna be
exactly.
at top by the end of the day? People only see number 1, nobody sees number 2.
And
Think about it.
Between these 2, the top contender for the trophy is definitely getting decided.
Ooh, that is, of course, until when the finals actually happen. So we have to wait for that for now. But as we had TWOB, kudos to them. They made it to the top 2. They had a decent amount of finishes. And we were talking about potential comebacks to make it to the top 8. And the people in the benchmark there seems to be shaking right now, to be honest. I'm a little bit worried because we might see a potential unexpected upset.
I asked you a question, right? Like, how do you view the competition when you see the top 8 just eliminating each other in the overall leaderboard? And you know for a fact that, alright, if these teams get taken out early, maybe we have an opportunity to break in. But then TWOB right now in this game, I think they get a grand total of 10 points. 11 points. Alright, 11 points from 95 that was already there. I think it was in addition to the ones they had already secured, the 5 eliminations that were there. So they get 6 extra points. So they're going to be at 100 and 101 or 102.
We will let the AI software detect the information for us. Meanwhile, let's talk a little bit more of the highlights. This was a fight that I wanted to talk about. We just jumped into a different fight. Was that Orangutan was inside the middle. They were the reasons why they third-party Seoul, which resulted in 8-beat, and Seoul could not finish up their fight properly. And jumping into this fight as well was a little bit awkward between both Prince as well as, well, the guys coming from Versatile, which resulted in just Metal Esports just gatekeeping them because they had zone advantage.
Yeah, but Aquanox, I think he tried his level best, played it out to the best of his abilities, but it was the combined damage from the Molly and the Blue resulting in his elimination. And OG in this game was just a menace, an absolute menace. This team, as I said yesterday, I'm going to keep saying it, monkey business these days is turning up a profit, my man.
Yep, and at the same time as well, even here, Godlike, they had the compound, right? The only team that could really mess them up was actually Seoul. But at the same time, TWOB, instead of taking advantage of Godlikes being in there and hoping to use them as cover and going for rotation, they tried to commit the fight, which resulted in Seoul taking more space than needed, which you can't really blame them, just because of the fact that they were resetted, they were right at the edge, they couldn't really run up. If they run up without any kind of smokes and covers, they're pretty much gonna get destroyed. But MVP here is gonna be Manya, coming from Seoul, and he's gonna top of the charts alongside with Nakul as well, who was the playmaker yesterday by taking the chicken dinner inside out as well.
Yeah, Nakul was the man who keeps this team together, who holds down the fort if anyone is having a bad day. Manya was the man who stepped up in that game of Miramar where Seoul made a recovery. And then Hunters and Some, the beacons of consistency. This team is playing at the best form right now, but look at the match summary. 53 finishes secured in this game, so a lot of frags did go to waste, like the one we saw from Flock where he denied that point and went out to the blue. 41 smokes used, 4 grenade finishes, 2 57-meter longest distance frag. It is Rico from Team Tamilas who was able to get it for himself. Yeah, that's decent.
Yeah, it was a lot of scuffles coming in as well. Even the healings here, you could see by stage 4, stage 5, it was so hard to out-heal the zone itself. But let's look at the match point standings. Like you said as well, TWOB, they had 6 finishes with top 2 placement. That is going to be 12 points. Still needs a little bit more to try and break past the top 8 barrier. But some points is better than no points, to be honest.
That is true. I think they're going to be at 102, 103, somewhere around that marker. And they still need about 20 to 23 points in the upcoming matches. But that is as the situation is now. Because if the teams at the top keep on performing, then that point requirement goes up. Let's straight up move to the overall ranking and see where the cutoff sits right now, because that is all we care about right now, ladies and gentlemen. Who walks away with the ticket to the quarterfinals and who is going to get left behind? Well, they still get a ticket, but just to round 4. So overall standings, here we go.
Oh boy, Phoenix Esports in the borderline with 124 points. Revenant X-Pac was sitting comfortably on top 5, but now all the way 7th place with 125. Cincinnati Kids at 126, Versatile 128, Orangutan 129. So anyone from the 4th to 8th position is still somewhat in jeopardy. It's just who is going to go down, especially now. We are the halfway mark of the day with 3 more matches remaining.
This is going to be awkward now, right? 124. And if the team on the 9th position is like at 105 or something, it is going to be just insane because it's 19 points. 19 points needed, yeah.
That's the thing, right? You talk about 19 points. Currently, the record for one match single-handedly get in a single match was 28 finishes. Wait, sorry, 28 points in a single match. That's the highest record thus far. And right now, the borderline, TWOB is 107. So how much is that?
They need 14.
14 points. So technically, TWOB...
They need 17 points, my apologies.
Team Tamilas needs 1 chicken dinner and decent amount games in these next 3 maps. And they are going to be able to overshot and kick Phoenix Esports down. Which is very, very possible still.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to bring that game ASAP. Because even now, as I said, 17 points separating Team Tamilas from the Team Phoenix Esports. And if you do not cover up that 17-point difference, you wait for that last game. It's a gamble. Last game, Phoenix Esports is going to drop clash you, just take you out of the picture. First fight.
Well, considering that they are the border as well, would they actually risk it?
It's Phoenix Esports. I think they might, man.
Fair enough. But all things considered here, we are the halfway point. But to continue the journey on how the grind continues, we will be taking a very, very short break. And we'll see you guys right after this break.
Got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटनिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2024. The grind is still on, but it's coming to an end. Last 3 games to go for Group A. This is Super Johnny, joined by Lance Superman, Salty, alongside with me. Has lost a lot of muscle, unlike the teams, of course. They are playing very well.
Well. I mean, but there's still a way to gain back all that muscle, and all for all the teams who are in the bottom 8 as well, so you never really know, right? So once you reach that point, there's a term which is called muscle memory.
Yeah.
And it basically says that you don't need a lot of time to regain all that muscle back. And for the teams out there as well, not a lot of time required to actually gain that positioning back as well. Just like you did the math. 17 points separating, and of course, that's very, very tight bottom 5 in the top 8. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to talk about something which is also very top, and that is Realme P3 Pro 5G.
Who leaked the plans for the heist? Because I try to pick this up, and turns out the production has just like come up with a few countermeasures for me not to be able to take these devices. You know, I'm going to tell Necro this, that our plans have been foiled, but it is so amazing. You just want to pick it up and take it home. But ladies and gentlemen, you're sitting at home right now. Go on to Flipkart, check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G, starting at 21,999 segments, best performance phone with a lot of features that help you game a little bit better. It has the AI motion control, the AI Ultra AI touch control, 2 features that definitely improve performance, because yes, Salty has improved so much since he's been practicing on this device, but he wasn't that great before.
I wasn't good. He
wasn't even okay.
I was trash. But of course, this device actually helps you, and I'm pretty sure that in the initial phase of your journey, you would need something which helps you a little bit. But as of now, coming back to the conversation, Johnny, again, now, who is going to help whom is going to be the question, because just like you talked about, teams, everyone in fact, after Godlike, 129 point to 124 points, there are 5 teams who are placed in such tight contestation. Reverend X Park, Phoenix Esports, 125, 124 respectively. And then right there, right underneath them, there's TWOB and Team Tamilas, 107 and 104 points. In the course of the next 3 games, what are your expectations?
In absolute chaos, pandemonium. And I think with this particular group, that expectation is going to be fulfilled as well. Because look at how these matches are going, right? The first game, top 8 team performed. The next game, bottom 8 make a comeback. We go on to Sanhok. It's the teams in the middle that somehow bring themselves even further apart and yet closer in terms of the rankings. But hey, a substitution happening, and this time it is going to be for the side of Versatile. Raiden is going to be, well, sent back to his own realm, and Toy is going to be brought into the battleground now on the map of Sanhok. What do you think about this?
Not a bad substitution. Absolutely not a bad substitution. Raiden has been performing. We saw that yesterday as well. Extremely good in those clutch situations. But today I feel like Versatile, they were kind of slacking off a little bit. Not as ruthless, not as lethal as we expected them to be. So maybe a substitution, maybe a change might help them improve their performance, because like we said, it's dire times now, Johnny.
Exactly. It is dire times indeed. And of course, Toy being dropped is going to try to toy with his opponents as much as possible in the upcoming game of Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to begin the action in 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Tropical lands yet again, and this time, once again, the double Sanhok brings itself off. The second one, of course, the first one being absolutely dominated. Soul getting back the #1 position, but this time out the flight path. Look at that, towards Kampong. It starts off from Camp Alpha flight path, which dissects the map in 2 halves. But are we getting the drop clash yet again, or K9 is going to try to do something else, is going to be the question.
Look at that. 3 chicken dinners and just 1 point shy. Look at the esports, 81 points. On Sanhok in total, Soul with 80. But as we were talking about, I had this conversation with IC that it's just consistency displayed on the part of Likhita Esports, that even without chicken dinners, they still retain that #1 position. what is going on with K9 Esports, man? They're causing troubles for everyone. Previous game going after the players of TWOB and Phoenix, 4 AM and Phoenix, and this time they have drop clashed 8-bit in boot camp.
I believe now Omega is going back to typical Haryana style. Now he's kind of given up. All right, qualification is way too beyond him. In the 3 games, it's going to be impossible for him to make a comeback. So why not and spoil the plans for Team 8-bit? Of course, they're the ones who are the closest and towards boot camp. I believe this is a fight which can actually take. But somehow 8-bit have actually taken up a massive split. They're not going towards boot camp. Ash going a little northward towards a triple warehouse. Meanwhile, Omega and his comrade going towards the Charlie Islands, and there's one-man Mafia who is very far away. So it seems like the drop clash is not going to happen. K9 Esports are going to find the entire boot camp for themselves.
Yeah, you said, right? Haryana playstyle just takes the drop location away by force from 8-bit. And 8-bit, they can't do anything about it as well, man. They are forced to run away. Brilliant, brilliant move. 200 IQ player, I have to say. Because not from 8-bit, from K9 Esports, they have just put their direct competition into a very dire state. Now, either 8-bit eliminates K9 Esports, takes those 4 points and teaches them a lesson, or K9 Esports are going to play this game from bootcamp, which always gives you so much loot in the early stages and just be in the comfort zone the whole time. Opportunity to gatekeep the teams coming from the northwestern side of the circle as well. But Mafia, he stayed back and he's just going to watch and make sure that he's aware of what his opponents are doing.
You know, this is going to be surprising for 8-bit as well, because I believe as soon as they saw the parachutes shoot out in the air, they were like, all right, fine, there is someone who is trying to chase us down. And at 94 points, you cannot bear that risk of an early clash or an early exit, because just like you and IC were having the conversation, halfway mark of the day is done and dusted. If you have to mount a comeback, it has to begin now, and Sanhok needs to be the start of it all. If this game goes haywire, then possibly in the next Miramar and Erangel, we've seen how the circles have been panning out, especially those urban warfares, John. It's very difficult to control or very difficult to dictate and ensure points in your bag.
Definitely, but I believe, Salty, one more thing will be special about this group. We might see the lowest cutoff of all the 4 groups in the grind. I think 133 is the lowest as of now. This one might be around 130 or maybe 31.
Are you sure though? Because Phoenix Esports at 124. In the next 3 games, it might be the case, because it's not like Phoenix Esports are in devastating form. In fact, they have been struggling quite a lot. And I believe it's because of the play style, because it's either a hit and a miss.
That, and it's just what I've noticed is teams from the top 8 are the only consistent ones. The bottom 8 is, again, as you say, hit or a miss, right?
Yeah.
So the consistency in the top 8, and especially from the top 8, the top 2, creating that vacuum instead of just the usual one team with like it was with every other group, is why the cutoff is going to be low, but there will also be the biggest difference between the 8th and the 9th position. That might actually happen if things just keep going the way they are right now.
To be honest, for Team Tamilas and TWOB, something ecstatic is required as well. We saw the momentum switch on the map of Miramar, especially for TWOB, but once again, positioning did not go in their way. And I believe that was expected considering these players and their experience. But for Team Tamilas, I expect a lot more, Johnny, considering that we know history suggests that these players are extremely good, especially on the final days of competition where qualification is on the line. And just like you mentioned, it's the quarterfinals that is at stake. It's extremely huge to progress from round 4. But as of yet, TWOB, no problems whatsoever. In fact, majority of the teams, they're going to be suffering absolutely no troubles. It's just Team Orangutan that we can see from the map feed have a huge split. But Hero Extreme Godlike, I believe today has been the day where they ensured performance that was exactly needed out of them. And might be the only team outside the top 2 who is kind of safe.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think after 3 points, we can just say guaranteed safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that is for our security, our mental peace. Yeah, we just like get those 3 points, lads. Don't keep us hanging. Don't keep us on the hook. That has happened to me a lot last year. I don't want to be in the same situation again. But hey, again, to shatter my dreams, OG show up.
And it's probably the caster's curse which is happening right now. There's absolutely no explanation for this. Orangutan, though, they are on a massive split. Look at that, a 2-2 split, but especially after that knock and the finish against Jonathan, it seems like Orangutan, they're starting to group up. They're starting to regroup once again and get their forces back. On the other side, it seems like Godlike who are trying to scout out the regions, prepare that virtual heat map because
just standing there.
yeah, I mean, what else you do, right? You're expecting the rest of the players of Godlike to actually come and chase you. They are nowhere near. It was a scouting mission which just got derailed, and you can't really blame Godlike for it.
Yeah, but hey, look at the radar. That seems like Metal Esports want to get involved. They're going to be shooed away by Godlike. And that's actually good for Metal because you get involved in a third party over here. Smack Center, Inquiry. OG towards the north, TWOB, they will have an opportunity to third party as well, but biggest problem is going to be from a team that plays the eastern side of this region, Versatile, and of course from the south, Camp Charlie, Cincinnati Kids can show up at any time, but a standstill between these two neighbors, TWOB and OG.
You know what, like, one thing that I'm disappointed about, you brought up the conversation of Metal Esports. Yesterday was the day where Metal Esports and 4 Miracles, they got themselves the 3rd and the 4th highest points behind Soul and Likita. In spite of that, they could not cover up the difference. That is how big the difference was. But now talk about difference, it seems like 8-bit. They're here to settle their differences and potentially trying to feed upon the finishes of 4 AM. They're right on top of that cliff, but I don't believe information is there. None of their players are marking that angle.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be tricky. But 4 AM, they haven't moved in, so 8-bit might just run into a trap, and Ash, he just goes right in the midst of all of these bodies, but no shots fired yet. They're waiting for a few more to show up, and Omega takes a lot of damage, but the trade comes through as Mafia is going to find the first knock in this fight. Wizard and Eggy may disappear, and the aggression of these lads from 4 AM, it seems like it's run out of juice, but with the shotgun K47, 2 knocks on the board, and now it's down to Pro. Can he be the savior in this 1v1, especially with that last man having close to no HP on him? The third party on the radar, you see it happen, 2 teams collapsing from either sides. It's a king of the hill situation. Team Tamilas and Godlike, both of them show up. Team Tamilas with the cleanup and Godlike just forced to run away.
There is nothing that they could have done. The gods want to take advantage of this. Team Tamilas, the timing was right on point. It all started off with that run coming in from Ash, the buggy which moved in through the defense of 4 AM. They thought that was trigger discipline, but no. Ash scouted out the territory, reeled away the information, and that was it. But on the other side, it's another fight brewing up. Orangutan versus TWOB.
Yeah, and this one has already kicked off with OG having the upper hand. Kana and Anonymous, they're pinned down, but Athanki, his push is going to be shut down as well. OG taking blow after blow, and TWOB looking to recover. The nade looks good, and the knock secured. Last man left alive from the world of battle, and the battle was good, but the fight still won by OG. A clean one at that too. 2 players knocked out, but it should be an easy revive unless Versatile want to get involved right now, and maybe not.
Just like you mentioned, the battle was won. The initial ones, of course, the war going in favor of Orangutan. You mentioned a Versatile's third party potentially, yes, but I believe that the finish feed is going to suggest that the recovery is going to be there. The timing was not perfect. And talking about timings, I want to go back to that quadruple fight that was so brilliant.
Yeah.
Good decision making for Godlike though, because they instantly realized that another team was there to make advantage of it. It's better for us to run away. Talking about running away, this is the duel. This is the fight everybody wants to watch. Soul versus K9, and Soul lingering there like deadly reptiles waiting for the opportunity to pounce.
So many emotions involved in this particular one, right? You talk about from the perspective of Omega going up against Soul, and you talk about from the perspective of Slug, Beast and Ninja Boy facing a team that has consistently outperformed them. We've seen this young man break down on that LAN stage again and again. It's just heartbreaking, and he's just going all in this time around. But that push towards the quarterfinals, it's still a little way to go. And Manya, he sees Beast. Has he seen Omega as well? Yes, he has now.
This is military style from Seoul. They know it. They want to keep it hidden. They do not want to give away any bit of information. Just try and hide their presence as much as they possibly can. And it seems like for K9, they are yet to have any idea where exactly these players are. And I love this from Seoul. In spite of taking blue zone damage, they are not giving it away, letting K9 pass underneath their noses. But as soon as the opportunity is there, I believe the strike will come through.
Yeah, the strike is definitely going to come through, but I think it's going to be Reckoning Esports who have the opportunity to strike the hardest. But Cincinnati Kids, it seems like facing a blow at the hands of look at the Esports. So no, Ninja Boy. You said this is military style, right?
Yeah, this is
quite
this
a
is
defense.
guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, but this is quite a defensive army then.
No, man. When you go into enemy territory, you have to be hidden. But look at
That is military style.
another battle, another rivalry, another map, and yet once again, Phoenix Esports, they managed to hold down the likes of Revenant X-Park.
Hey man, lovers of the sun, reunite. Does not matter which dimension they are in. Aimbot moves forward, but only to get taken out by the players of Revenant Esports from the flank. Fury runs into the fire, does not care about the damage from the molly, just wants to see his boys on the other side, and by that we mean the players of Revenant X-Park. Fury knocked out and finished off. It is down to Venom and Altu. Shadow is going to be the last man left alive from Revenant X-Park. They are shooting every single corner around him. The pre-fire around every rock, every tee, and they find the last frag as well. The love story comes to an end, at least on this map. Phoenix Esports, 4 points secured, and it's the same 4 players they go after every time. Revenant X-Park eliminated.
Just like Twilight, chapters might change and maps can change, but this duel is never gonna change forever. Revenant X-Park has been single-handedly brought down by the likes of Phoenix Esports. But talk about another duel. Talk about another fight for survival. Team Tamilas versus Orangutan. Both of them want to keep themselves alive. Elsewhere, it's a battle between top dogs, Likita and Godlike, spotting each other out. But I like what Godlike are doing, just keeping themselves safe, just maintaining that formation and their composure, and just being patient.
I disagree with you. I don't like this at all. Man, they're already qualifying. We want to see Godlike performance. Go all in. I want to see those high frag games coming in.
Well, Punk is known for his quote-unquote sabr, so I believe we are witnessing that as of now, the patient game. But let's just switch focus because it's time for Team Tamilas and it's time for Orangutan. And talk about Orangutan. Currently sitting at 134, I believe they know that they are out of immediate trouble.
Yeah.
But I also believe that these boys, these lads, they are hungry for more and they're always hungry for more. There's always an opportunity to make a statement. But for Team Tamilas, though, this fight is ever so important.
Yeah, I mean, but they got to win it for sure. And it needs to be a clean win. They have control of a compound close to the center. There's a lot of bodies around them. So one fight can transition into a few more. That is why keeping those bodies up will be of the utmost importance. But look at this. Omega crawling, spots out Aru and completely unaware. He gets taken out. The first frag, the opening found by the players of K9 Esports. But they got to be aware of the 2 players up at the... That's just a horse, buddy.
That is a horse, but from the backlines, look who is creeping up. It has always been their strategy. We talked about the military composure. Team Soul, they're just following in their footsteps. They're like shadows. And talk about shadows. It's darkness for Reckoning Esports. It's utter darkness, and now even the clouds are showing in the lightning. Thunder comes in to strike once again. The nades are landing right on the money. Medal Esports, they are dismantling the likes of Reckoning Esports, and the Foxes have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, even in this tropical forest itself.
Yeah, it seems like Metal have been listening to the advice by Neeraj Chopra in that beautiful, beautiful advertisement that we have rolling every time in the promos, because their nades were just lobbed perfectly in the faces of Reckoning. Gravity IGL knocked out, gets a revive, or was about to get a revive, but Viper just runs away. The pressure from Metal a little too intense, and Viper, 1v3, nade at his feet, barely manages to get knocked out. Barely gets a knockout on the other side and avoids it from his own end. The second knock comes through. Last man, Thunder, hiding in a corner, but Viper has no HP to work with. The first aid being applied. This is all about timing. Here comes the stun, vision denial. Thunder going for a revive. But Viper, he's being patient. The drop weapon, the rate of fire will swing the fight in his favor, but the shotgun still is the dominant weapon in this one. 4 finishes for Medal and the wipe for Reckoning Esports.
There is nothing that he could have done. But on the flip side, there is also a lot of fights where Godlike can start to dominate. Just one lad is still there. Goblin was caught napping and Admino is gonna punish him. Always in the shadows, always away from the limelight. But this man always delivers, but needs to stay calm and needs to stay collected as well. Because in the distance, there are a couple of outliers, Orangutan, the Apes, as well as Team Tamilas. That duel has not started yet, but it might at any given time.
I just want to say one thing. Do you see how many players are getting knocked out in the most awkward manners? Aru, now Goblin.
Yeah.
No one, especially the teams at the top, are the ones not paying any attention to their surroundings. My goodness. But as you were talking about Team Tamilas, Salty, I have to say this could be a big opportunity for K9 Esports also to bounce back. They have a good position towards the eastern edge, plus a lot of points available to capture. There are 4 up top in form of Soul. There are approximately 8 points down south with Team Tamilas, OG, and just one last survivor from Godlike being there as well. So K9 have a brilliant opportunity to go for a third party and get all of these finishes. But OG making the pounce onto Team Tamilas, and there's the opener.
Fox is gonna fall. Apes are gonna prevail. Rico, the only man who is still surviving, is gonna be chased down by a couple connects. The first one is going in for the finish. He wants to confirm those finishes as well. Wiz got charges in, and this lad, ever so brilliant with those reflexes, keeps Orangutan alive. 8 points on board. Could not really save their fallen comrade, but 2-man strong. They are going in hot, but look who's coming in hot. It's Mayday for Orangutan because Versatile have their sights set.
Yeah, it should be an easy finish for Versatile. Just quickly wrap things up and move forward. But I think the calmness in those shacks might have given them false information that both the teams were taken out. Not the case. Finally, the footsteps are going to be heard. Toy destroying the door, needs to find the opening to lob the utility towards the players of OG. And the milestone, look at that, converted for Orangutan. 100 finishes secured. AKOP avoids getting taken out as K9 are the distraction for Versatile from that northern edge. We talked about them. A big opportunity missed. And Versatile, they're going to take another opportunity away from Orangutan. But I believe OG, they've gotten themselves into safer pastures. 138 points in the top 4. Versatile as well, 135 are going to feel comfortably safe in this game, especially considering Team Tamilas, TWOB are out of contention. K9 down to the last man. Manya going for the peak. On the other side, he tries to bait Ninja Boy to get him to overextend, and when he doesn't, he just goes in for that last finish himself.
Just shattering in dreams, just shattering in hopes. There is absolutely nothing that he could have done over there. Soul toying with the opposition, toying with their presence. Versatile coming in with the change. Toy was here, but he himself gets toyed out of competition. Now it's S-Power, it's their shining star. It is the S in power that might actually cause some disarray, but VXT, will they have the chance is going to be the question. 2 players fallen. Somraj and S-Power, the deadly duo up front as well. The assault is going in, but Soul, they're so patient. They know they do not want to charge in and give it all up to Versatile.
Yeah, man, Soul has been very consistent today, and I think with this game, they will be able to cross the 200-point marker. Versatile, one more man shut down, and 3 players left in the back lines. Now are going to face a lot of pressure. The blue zone is going to start to move in. In fact, it already has. And it is time for them to move forward. But Somraj overextends. The finish picked up by Knuckle. Medal Esports, I want to see, can they secure the bonus frag since they are the only team that has decent cover available. The only problem is, Miracle is right next to them. Cincinnati Kids surviving all thanks to Aditya, the last man left alive in this game. And guess what? Phoenix Esports are still in this match. Wow, that is impressive.
I mean, one man surviving, and Alto is doing a good job.
Yeah.
Isolating himself from all this fight, just playing in for those position points because he knows that is ever so important. And if he actually managed to do something big, I believe they might just be able... Oh, wait. Caster's curse yet again. Soul spots him out, takes him down as well. Phoenix Esports out of the game.
Let's put you to a test. Can you say Aditya right now?
Aditya.
Can you say Aditya will just stay alive for the next zone?
Aditya will definitely stay alive for the next zone. Let's find it out if it actually happens.
Yeah, he's at the edge of the blue.
So we're actually scientifically trying to back superstition.
It's an experiment right now being run. But I mean, from the overall leaderboard, I think these are the two teams that they are going to try the level best, in fact, and do need that chicken dinner in order to climb up. 99 points for Medal, 97 for 4AM. Aditya, we're talking about him, right? And he picks off S-Power, goes after Toy and wipes out Versatile, and then goes out to the blue. Incredibly done. Right at the last second as well. Cincinnati Kids, decent outing. Safety has been gained in the overall leaderboard. But now, the final conflict. 2 players from Medal, 4 from 4 Miracle. And these 4 men definitely need a miracle in order to win this game, because there are 2 individuals on the high ground that can be a distraction and can be the reason that this fight evens out between these 3 teams.
It doesn't even matter. They've got the circle as well. 4 miracles. They've got to be extremely quick. And just like you mentioned, they need a miracle. Currently, they are being peppered in and pincered by the blue zone as well. Medal Esports will be the first drawback, but here come Hunters, and he sprays down. 4 miracles. Will they survive?
They are not going to survive. 2 players already knocked out. And it's just down to the last man. Dragon OP. He's on the run for his life. Medal, they clean up. Last 2v2 of the game. And this was bound to happen. The circle belonging to Soul. And so does the chicken dinner. Another win in the bag. And this one definitely puts them as the best performing team on the map of Sanhok. Incredibly done. 2 chicken dinners in a row. Is there some way that they do not secure 2 in a row? Or 2 on the same map every time?
I mean, honestly speaking, it's the systems, Johnny. I believe after 18 points secured in the first day of Group A, the comeback has been skyrocketing. And there's a reason why Soul has been associated with the rocket itself, right?
Is it the system or the system?
It is the system for us, but I believe for the analysts and the coaches, they can't go YOLO as system. They will have to jot down plans. So I believe it's a system for them.
I mean, I don't know, man. Mayavi is also one of our former colleagues, right? So, but incredibly done. I think we love the composure from this team. They are able to the easiest thing to do inside of a game, especially when things get heated up, is to overextend, overexert, just run into a fight, hoping, all right, we have the momentum, heat of the battle. You stop thinking. But these lads, these 4 players, and especially Manez and IGL, holding back, maintaining that level of patience is the most incredible thing I've witnessed. And I think that is what makes this team unique. That is what makes this team the best.
It certainly does, right? Now we've already established that Soul and Likita are just leaps and bounds beyond everyone else. But for everyone else, I was talking about the competition did not really change a lot, to be honest, because everybody just got themselves the average points. We had a look on the DOA status as well, the overall standings. I don't believe majority of it is going to switch. The conversation points, of course, Phoenix Esports, they are now, I believe, on towards the 7th or the 8th position. TWOB, Team Tamilas could not really make up the difference. What follows next? You've got Miramar, you've got Erangel. Either you hit heavy and qualify, or you just bow out.
They need a big chicken. I've been saying that since the start of the day. A big chicken dinner. At the start of the day, that would have been 20 points with the chicken, right? 10 finished, 10 for the placements. Yeah, you're good to go. But with how the teams, especially on the borderline, are playing, be it Cincinnati Kids, be it OG, be it the side of Phoenix Esports, with how these teams in particular have played, and now Revenant X Park as well, that cutoff just keeps getting higher and higher, and that difference between the 8th and the 9th position, that has also increased. So it's the most awkward group to witness, and it's the most awkward team fights to witness, especially fights like this, because this is happening between a team that's safe and a team that's desperate for qualification, and yet the team that is desperate is the one holding back.
Yeah, I mean, just not taking the right steps. Possibly it's the pressure. We saw K9 snatch away the drop locations of 8-bit, but still it did not pan out. We saw K9 trying to go after third parties not panning out. We saw me predicting Aditya being caster cards not panning out as well.
He stayed alive for like 15 seconds, man. So
Yeah.
experiment failed, I guess.
Experiment failed and 2 finishes secured. I believe that was the major bummer
yeah.
over there. But I believe the opportunity was for Medal. The opportunity was for 4 Miracles to try and do something huge inside of this game, considering they've got so much of the circle.
True.
But again, being baited, but again, being kind of taken away by the circle itself. Soul just did not allow them an inch.
Exactly, and I think you called it a little while ago when I was focused on that Medal 4 Miracle conflict. Soul, they took either edges of the circle and were just marking the exits for those shacks. And both these teams just completely forgot that, yeah, the zone is a thing. Blue zone is, at this point, does a lot of damage. Top 5 players on our screens. AKOP, incredible comeback as far as individual performances go. And I'm happy that AKOP is making a comeback. Happier that WizGod now at least gets to chill a little bit.
To be honest, we don't see a very high-scoring game in this one because it was just dire awkward throughout that mid stage, right? Everybody trying to go in for a third party and none of them being actually very successful with it because it's always a follow-up, one after the other. Sarvit from Medal, 4 finishes, Toy with 3, Venom with 3, and Edmino with 2 as well. If you look at the match summary, do we have something spectacular? Yes, this time around 9 grenade eliminations. That is a lot considering Sandhawk.
Well, it is a lot considered. It is Sandhawk. Especially, I think, with that final 2v2, I think 2 finishes picked up by the blue. But 49 smokes used, 9 grenade finishes, 188 meters. I think that is just fine. But look at the point standings. 18 points for Soul, 13 for Medal, 11 for Versatile. I think Medal is one of those teams that has gained a lot outside of the top 8. 4 Miracle with 9, that is not going to do anything. Whereas Team Tamil has just 4 points, that is not going to do anything as well, considering Phoenix Esports got 6, Cincinnati got 7, whereas Revenant X-Pac, not even in the top 8, but...
Not in the first page.
Yeah.
Absolutely not in the first page. Even TWOB, as a matter of fact. I was so hyped up for Team Tamilas and TWOB to actually make a bounce back inside of the top 8, but it seems like they're being top-rated yet again. In fact, TWOB, 0 points secured on board. They're not going to trouble the scorers at all.
That first game gave us a lot of hope, right?
A lot of hopes, to be honest. But, I mean, after this point, I feel like the overall standings is going to give us a clearer picture. Look at that, my word. I mean, it seems like the cutoff is going to shoot up a little bit, Johnny. It's going to be higher than 130 at least. Revenant X-Pac at the edge, 127.
130, 135. 130, 135. I think that is what it's going to be. Revenant X-Pac got 2 points in the last game.
Yeah.
And Phoenix Esports, well, they are getting 4. So, yeah, these teams on the borderline are just like, they are toying with each other and with everyone else. Now, top 8, 127, 130, 133. 133 is going to be the important number to remember, right?
Yeah.
Let's move forward to the next page and see how things are going to go. Also, I want to see can Soul match that average of 10 points per match. So, 127, 19 points needed. Team Tamilas.
20 points for TWOB as well.
Yes.
Medal Esports 105, closely following Maya and K9 surprisingly have actually crossed triple digits as well. I mean, it's clear that every one of these teams need a nuclear performance.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's tough to break open. But with the way Revenant X-Pac is tumbling down, I'm still very concerned, Johnny.
So, mathematically, I agree with you. Revenant X-Pac's lack of performance today is a big sign of concern. But mathematically, with 2 games to go, 8-bit can make it from the 15th to the 8th.
Mathematically, they can. But we always talk about practicality.
Bro, the probability of life existing, you know how small it is in this universe. But still, we are here, right?
I mean, to be honest, I never go in with probabilities. I've lost a lot over there. You would know better than anyone else. So probability is not my game, ladies and gentlemen. But I hope for the outliers in the bottom 8, the next 2 map, it's good to go after this very short break.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay.
go. P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Race against time for everyone, including the ones who are in the bottom eight, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after a very short break. You're watching realme BGIS, the grind 2025. And what a last day are we having. Big change on the panel. Mr. Necro is back up with me. But it seems like, Necro, there are a lot of question marks. Of course, I want to know from you your thoughts on the overall standings. And which of the teams in the bottom eight do you think can make a comeback?
Look, it's honestly a really tough question because now the top eight seems like they're definitely building that slow and steady lead. And looking at K9 Esports, I generally thought that this can be one of those teams that can make the lead, but they need 27 points in the upcoming game. That means they need a 30 bomber.
You predicted K9 for the English desk, right? Up against Hindi.
But we're still winning.
Are we winning?
Yes.
Thank God, but definitely not for K9. They need, just like you mentioned, 30 points. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also need 30 plus points in your games, you need a powerful device, and that will be provided only by a device as powerful as Realme P3 Pro 5G. Amazing performance, and also look-wise, you know it's born to slay. 21,999 is the price. Go on to Flipkart, search for this device, and maybe you stand a chance to win this device for absolutely free.
Exactly. Amazing rewards await you if you move on towards Flipkart and search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G. But once again, moving back towards the conversation that we're having, right? As I mentioned, K9 Esports, they need a 30 bomber. The same thing can be said for a few more teams right underneath them and pretty much the teams above them. Final 2 games to go, Salty, and that's the major problem. The only way the teams from the bottom half can make a comeback is if they start targeting Revenant X Park.
You know, I mean, for Reverend X Park, life is already very difficult, man. Phoenix Esports are not letting them breathe. You've got to give them some sort of a breather, right? So, on the map of Sandhawk, Phoenix Esports, the gatekeep the likes of Reverend X Park. On the map of Miramar, it's going to be San Martin Duel once again. The question is, do you think Revenant X Park, are they going to change their drop location, or are they going to be stubborn and still going for the fights because they're right at the edge, 8th position?
They might not change the drop location, but maybe change the spot where they drop in Hacienda del Patron. Or I'm speaking of San Martin, right? So they can maybe create a bit of that distance between the opponents and themselves, let the players of Phoenix Esports have their own turf, and then they themselves can have their own turf, and then maybe in the future they can duke it out against each other. But honestly, as we know, that's not going to be the course of action. If Revenant X Park really do want to switch things up, that means they will need to go for another drop clash with someone else. So it's up to them what sort of gamble they really want to bring up, because Phoenix Esports, when it comes to firepower, it's really tough to defeat them. Maybe go and target a weaker team.
Well, the same can be said for Phoenix Esports themselves as well, because we saw it. None of these teams are safe, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the next map is going to be the map of Miramar, and a lot of questions being raised. Are TWOB going to make the cut? Our team Tamila is going to make the cut? Medley Esports coming in hot and strong. But for now, we're going to move into the hotlands of Miramar. Speaking of Miramar, we always talk about the flight path that makes it so much more interesting, and it seems like the BGMI gods are going to give us a twist in the tail. Not a flight path that these teams are going to be happy with, but they cannot do anything about it. Currently, it starts off from Partona, it moves in towards El Hasar, a flight path which is extremely deviated towards the eastern part of the map. And that is exactly where majority of the collisions will form, I believe. For teams like Versatile, who love to go towards El Pozo, for teams like Orangutan, who love to go towards La Drillera, Chumacera, they will have to do a lot of work. Revenant X Park, they have rejected themselves already. They're not going towards San Martin. Even though I believe the flight path is not that far away, I believe it's a defensive stance, Necro.
Yeah, but Salty, here's the problem, right? Revenant X Park is not even in the top 8 performers of Miramar.
Yeah.
So their performance on this map is being really shaky. If they want to squeeze in a few points, that means they will need to step out of that comfort zone. And off the rip, that's what they're doing, dropping all the way towards Partona down south. I would love to see how the rotations are going to be for Revan X Park, because it's one of those changes that I'm pretty sure they've never practiced for. And now they're pretty much just stepping outside of their comfort zone, trying something new on the board. That too, knowing that they've only got 2 games left. But here comes the twist. Phoenix Esports is right next to them once again. So the rivals, they're really not going to let go of those tails.
Absolutely, in the gatekeeping areas, of course, but now look at the circle, right? A big twist in the tail. Had they dropped it on San Martin, they would have been in such a beautiful position, but now the game becomes so much more difficult. You mentioned it perfectly. The rotation path, this is a little alien to them. Now, I understand these are professional athletes. They will know exactly how to rotate in, but also, there is a possibility of the rotation being cut off from multiple angles. Look at TWOB as well, going towards Valle del Mar. They will be another team who Revenant X Park has to be worried about. For all the teams who are rotating in towards the north, look at that 4M. For them, it's going to be an easy entry inside the circle. K9 and Versatile, they're already good to go. Phoenix Esports, at least for us, they've actually gotten themselves a vehicle and they are on their merry way. So at least one big obstacle in front of Revenant X Park, they're gone.
So now let's start counting the desperate names.
All right.
We've got K9 Esports, who needs a 30 bomber. You've also got 4 aggressive men, who's probably going to try to go super aggressive, considering why not? They do not have any other option anyways. Reckoning Esports too, a known banner, knowing the fact that they're all the way at the bottom in the overall standings. Even that's got to stick. So we've already got 3 or 4 teams who are going to go super guns blazing in the upcoming game. One thing is for sure. If you're going to be in their pathway, you will be mowed down. Now you need to be a little bit more careful, especially for a team like Revenant X Park. As they drop down south, that's a perfect option.
That certainly is a perfect option right up north. They also have the likes of 8-Bit and Reckoning as well, so we'll have to find out if that fight will pan out perfectly. Talk about Versatile, one of the first entrances inside of the circle. And you look at their position, right, 139 points. I believe they know they've kind of built up that safety cushion. But everyone else that follows, especially Phoenix Esports and Revenant X Park, 130 and 127 point mark.
Yeah.
That is where trouble lies. And you mentioned it perfectly. I believe the outliers who are going to be the dark horses, it is going to be 8-Bit, 4M, 4 Miracles. They are going to go all guns blazing, try and mow down everyone on their path. The mid pack is going to be so shaky, Necro. There's so much tension building up already.
And here's the thing. If Team Tumulus wants to make that leap, they at least need 19 points in this game itself.
Yes.
So another tough pill to swallow. That's the only way they can match up. I'm speaking of matching Revenant X Park. If they want to exceed the limits and at least have a bit of that cushioning to work with, they need more than 22 points. So every single team on the latter half of the board is now going to try to be as aggressive as possible and try and squeeze in as many elimination points as possible. And if you're going to be in their way, well, you might just meet the makers. We've got TWOB on the screen, one of those teams that initiated the comeback yesterday, but we haven't really seen the continuation today.
I mean, it's hits and misses. Very inconsistent with their performance. That is one of the reasons why you see them struggling on that overall leaderboard as well. And you mentioned it perfectly. I believe 22 points, that just equates to a 12-finish chicken dinner, which in itself is a fantastic performance. To ensure you've got 22 points, I believe, especially with the way the top teams are performing, especially with the way Likita and Soul and Godlike, they're mowing down everyone inside of this lobby, it is going to be so difficult, ever so difficult. Talk about Cincinnati kids. They're the ones who are kind of closely out of trouble, 133 points. Do you believe they are in safe shoes?
Yes, I do. I think the only position that's going to be up for grabs is going to be the 8th spot. That's Revenant X Park's position. And as I mentioned, if you want to cross on towards the top 8, you will have to try and stop the players of Revenant X Park in their tracks. And that's why Revenant X Park completely chose an off-drop. No one's going to be expecting them to drop over here. And if they have practice from this spot, it may be in the scrims, maybe in the offline games.
Yeah.
Then things can be better for them for the future. But for now, Revenant X Park, the future still seems pretty blind. You never know how the course of action can form up. You never know what sort of rotation these guys can pull out. It can be either absolutely miraculous or something that's going to be absolutely devastating.
Now, since we're talking about rotations already, let's just look at options that they have, right? Usually when we have a look at circles like these, it does end towards the hills of San Martin or towards Crater Fields, the higher grounds. For Revenant X Park to actually find that positioning, they will have to take that western highway, right? Move towards Valle del Mar, follow that road, the path that Phoenix Esports have taken, and try and move up north as much as you possibly can. Because I believe a direct entry inside the circle from the southern part of the circle, it's going to be nigh impossible. Look at that. Orangutan is there, Reckoning Esports is there, there's Team Tamilas, there's Cincinnati Kids. How on earth are you going to find that injection point and the gaps where the teams are placed? It's almost impossible.
Seems tough, but I won't say it's impossible. If they get the right timing, they can just wait for these teams to duke it out against each other. And then if they're able to get a nice third party squeezed in, maybe things can be better. But as I mentioned, it's going to be all up to the timing and luck. But at this point in time, if you're someone on the 8th spot, and if you're someone underneath the 8th spot as well, a little bit of that luck is needed.
And it's certainly not going their way, Necro. Certainly, the way you look at it, the way Sanok panned out, it is definitely not. I mean, I can't help but laugh at the situation because it seems like time and time again, this rivalry, it has caused them problems on the map of Miramar, it has caused them problems on the map of Sandhawk. Revenant X Park, without their drop clash, they've been so consistent. You look at the map of Erangel, Revenant X Park were one of the top performers. They're somewhere in the top 3, but on the map of Miramar, they were nowhere near the top 8.
Indeed. Even in Erangel, right? It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Revenant X Park has been struggling on the main maps. The classic maps are something everyone loves to play, but if a team is struggling on the main maps and then performing on the off map, there's a major chance that team is relying on a lot of luck. And right now we've got OG locking horns with Reckoning Esports, and as I mentioned, for Reckoning Esports, they've got nothing to lose. They cannot even pull off a comeback in the spot they've got.
Yeah.
Unless somehow Reckoning Esports pull off a soul and get 38 points in one game, then maybe it can be a miraculous comeback.
I mean, Kyoya was a very ambitious entry into this team, right? Even Shub, as a matter of fact, that young lad, I believe he's 16 years old, if I'm not mistaken. Extremely small, extremely young in terms of age. Did not really get that much game time, but none of those replacements are actually working. In fact, ever since Hunter left, I believe this team has been struggling to find the right shoes to fill. But talk about rotations, the circle has been constantly pushing. Just like I mentioned, the high grounds of Elpos or the high grounds of Creative Fields, that is where it always drags out to. And Revenant X Park Godlike will be the latest entrance. Their rotation paths will be of prime importance, but it seems like currently on our screens, it's going to be 8-bit. They might be in some trouble because K9, they're taking some peppery shots at them.
Yeah, exactly what K9 Esports needs. But 8-bit, luckily enough for them, they're going to move their merry way. The terrains of Miramar helping them out a bit. And now they're going to be in the safer shoes. A great compound achieved. Before K9 Esports, their journey still is halfway done. They need to move in the safety lines, the white line to be crossed. And K9 Esports, as they try to get closer to that white line, the pressure will keep on amping up. They need to be a little bit more careful off the terrains and the surroundings.
And it seems like both 8-bit and K9, they're actually thinking the same thing, to try and make that northern rotation, to try and go around the circumference of the circle and make their way in up north, because the circle has been constantly pushing upwards. Not a lot of teams will acquire those territories, and it is actually relatively free. Up for grabs for K9. Like we said, it's more than positions inside the circle. They need more than 30 points to breach past the top 8, and that will only come if you go guns blazing against every single team. And so far, that approach has not been coming in from Omega, at least as of now. Look at that. He backs off against his fight. New 8-bit was right underneath his belly, but still choosing to disengage.
K9 Esports, really, they're itching to take this fight. They want to find the opener. And K9 Esports does not really have a lot of options either. They desperately do want to attempt to take the fight against 8-bit. And now Omega is overexposing himself on this terrain. He does go for the shots. Ash on the verge of getting knocked out, but unfortunately for Omega, the man runs out of bullets, but still continues to mow him down, and eventually will find the connection. A shot to the dome will find the knock, and the vehicle explosion to confirm it.
8-bit. once again in struggling shoes, and it has always been the case, right? In the first week, we saw this team move inside the top 5 as well. They had their bits and pieces of consistency, but then they were absolutely overshadowed. You talk about consistency, you have to talk about CK, you have to talk about the other lads from Orangutan, from Phoenix Esports, especially from Versatile. But now, it seems like K9, they're starting to feel the heat.
Oh, I feel bad for K9. Soul's on the tail. They're moving from the back, and as soon as they hear the shots, Soul's pretty much going to be attracted towards this chaos. Constantly shots are taken, and Soul, one thing is for sure, they're going to try to drive their vehicles towards this area.
Talking about driving vehicles, they've always been right behind K9's tails. And that is so poetic, actually. Soul just being shadowing K9 and their tails. K9 is actually a military dog, so I believe that these lads, they are going to be struggling as of now. Look at that, it's not just Soul, even Godlike as well, taking the same rotation path. Revan Dexpark on the move, on from the Western Highway as well. Majority of these teams start to make that mad dash, and I love what Soul is doing. Take that opportunity, take that distraction as an advantage, and move inside the circle. They found themselves the high grounds.
And I love what K9's doing too. They're not just prioritizing that one individual fight. Instead, they've got their own business to take care of, and that's going to be prioritizing the circle. So K9 Esports looking good and dandy. Hero Extreme Godlike taking over the position of K9 Esports that they had a while ago. And now K9 Esports, they've got their own fair share of a piece of the zone to play with. Things looking great. But as I mentioned, backlines not secured is always going to be that constant threat that K9 Esports has to deal with.
Talk about K9, they will have to protect their backlines. For Revan and X-Mark, they are the backlines. We'll talk about them a wee while later. Currently, Metal Esports are on the bounce. Dionysus, all by himself, legit needs to fall back quite low on HP. Needs reinforcements, needs support from his teammates. But Reckoning Esports, they're on their knees now.
Yeah, and even a few players getting confirmed. Oh yeah, eliminated from the game, and Metal Esports having the man advantage in the fight. Stars, they seem like they're going to be aligned too. And one man, Dionysus, facing all the fears, facing all the dangers. As Metal Esports, they probably are looking to find an end to Dionysus' story. It's a fairy tale that's been going on for a long time, which was not supposed to be extended for this long. And now they just want to put the nail in the coffin. Metal Esports constantly just trying to get over that ridge. But luckily enough for Dionysus, he's got the perfect cover.
I don't think so. I don't think he's got the perfect cover. He's going to get chewed up. Metal Esports find another pick for themselves. Reckoning Esports bite the dust. One more player who's still surviving. It's going to be Gravity, who's kind of fallen back. But it seems like Revenant, they are being dismantled. Another squad wipe, another failed attempt, and slowly and steadily, Necro, it seems like the dreams are crashing. Or are they?
The defending champions losing their form as the time keeps passing by. It's one of those phases where they were eliminated in 2024.
Yeah.
And now it seems like the flashback, they're coming back to life. But hold on. Team Versatile, they're on the screen. As now they need to get rid of Phoenix Esports if they want to find themselves a smooth sailing. But once again, to let the audience know, no one gets eliminated from the grind, so that's a good thing. If Revan X-Park is not going to be able to place themselves in the top 8, they move in the round 4 directly.
And to be honest, I believe Revan X-Park, they're going to be thanking the makers, right? This time, possibly for the first time, they do not have to come in inside of the BGIS, not from the in-game qualifiers. They will play round 4. But now look at this, as Power finds the connection, does take damage from the nade, but still has landed shots on Phoenix Esports, and they're also the ones in deep trouble. The last player still standing, the nade looks good, the explosion is there, but Aquanox chases him, shotgun on Venom, finds the connection, he is going for it, but Versatile, they wrap him from the both sides, and of course both Phoenix and Revenant are gonna bite the dust. 134 for Phoenix is what they've acquired.
Rough luck for Phoenix Esports, but S-Power making that Herculean task possible. What an angle was created from the man.
Yeah.
From the top, he was just raining down those bullets on the players. They could not really do a lot. And that high ground, honestly, just got everything done. As soon as the opener was found, even Toy from the back lines was activated. But now we've got Likitha Esports. It's one of those foes to be watch out. And now, 4 aggressive men on the desperate side of things. Even they need a nuclear performance. That's the only way the day's going to be saved. But considering Eggy is the only man alive, that seems impossible.
Nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, it all starts with a single atom. Talk about Eggy. It has never really stuck. We've never seen the shine. We've never seen that much energy radiate from this lad. Still a possibility.
Okay.
Neo does get spotted, does get taken out as well, and so does Viper. He has been cornered. Can Goblin and Hector protect his position, protect his comrade is going to be the question. Eggy keeps on peppering him, but it seems like look at that esports. They are planning a counter.
They're getting dismantled. Eggy getting pounced on. He pulls out the S12K, 7 bullets in the mag, and is constantly getting chipped away. And Eggy will be shown the gates back to the home. Unfortunate for the man, 4 aggressive men. Even their dreams have been shattered to make it in the top 8.
Talking about the top 8, there are more contenders. Team Tamilas, 110 points. They've gained 2 points already. They are inching closer to Revenant X-Spark. Revenant X-Spark at 128, but they are out. Team Tamilas with all 4 players surviving, especially now that they have cornered down Gravity. They can get a point closer to that qualification marker, but still that chicken dinner is far away. They're right at the edge of the circle, and there's a massive cluster. Look at the radar. There is Medal Esports, there are Likitha Esports as well. Gravity, just like I mentioned, the smoke is not going to do much. He is still having his nade equipped. It is misplaced and easy pickings for Team Tamilas. They definitely are making the noise, but this noise is going to attract the outliers.
That's what happens when the panic sets in. The nade was misplaced. And Team Tamilas, they found the right direction. Eliminating the man up close and personal, but still for Team Tamilas, they need to make that leap in the circle. And to do so, they will be super exposed. Even VXT is now taking a fight against TWOB. They've got their own drama brewing up. Trades are happening back and forth, but eventually VXT, they lose out in the fight.
To be honest, VXT, they do not have anything to worry about. 146 points, they are in the safety lines, but for Medal Esports, I believe this is going to be an opportunity. Like you always mention, nuclear performance is needed, and this team is in position, is in contention to actually do that. But Prince OG, he fails every single one of those sprays, every single one of those traces. Team Tamilas, they escape the grasp of death, but now they fall into the hands of Cincinnati Kids. His flock, his flare has been shut down. Team Tamilas, they survive, but they do not have time to celebrate as
Oh my God, Flock!
Shut them down.
That was a humongous play from Flock. He took down 3 players before getting eliminated. That was an insane play. He did his job. He spoiled the game for Team Tamilas and opened the gateways for TWOB and Medal Esports and even K9. 4M a little bit far away from that goal, but not too far. Even they can make it happen. As I mentioned, a nuclear performance is desperately needed. But look at the feed now. Medal Esports losing out on legit. The man will be brought back up on his feet. It's not a concern. But the surrounding lines filled up with too many foes. And Likitha, they find the desperate knock.
Medal Esports needs to move back. There is no way they will be able to save up their fallen comrade. Likitha Esports, they are ever so deadly. And this man, Hector S., this man has been formed. The first game, he got himself 7 eliminations. In the penultimate game, he gets himself 6. And of course, the rest of these teammates as well. They are writing their story. And currently, it seems like another chapter needs to be added where they shut down the hopes and dreams of Medal Esports. Viper finds legit. And it seems like Neo is going to find the connection on Thunder as well. A couple of shots connected, but he runs out of ammunition right in the nick of time. 12 eliminations on board already. This is a different battle going on altogether. Soul versus Likitha fighting for that #1 spot.
Indeed, 12 finishes acquired. Likitha Esports looking unstoppable, untouchable. And the other teams, they do not know how to counter this big dog, how to take him down. K9 Esports still alive with all the 4 players. But look at what's happening here. Hero Extreme, Godlike. They're now starting to suffocate. The same thing can be said for K9 Esports too, and it's all because of Seoul. They've got the high ground inside of the entire game, and it seems like they've got the most advantage. This is the vantage point that every other team is looking for, but Seoul now, they've got every other team's lifeline in their hands.
I mean, this is so funny, right? Right at the edge of the circle, but Team Soul with the high ground, they can do so much damage. Hunters needs to keep himself alive, barely survives by a sliver of HP. He now knows that there is K9 in the back lines, but the nades are there. Still has that one nade. If he lands it to perfection, might find Godlike on their knees. It flies in straight. Does not connect with Punk. Simp is still knocked out. This man is looking for the confirmation. He's going to find one. Team Soul, they're still going in strong.
Needs to be careful though. If Hunter gets knocked out, it's done for. Seoul cannot pull off a nuclear performance. Luckily enough, they've got a vehicle to play with, so they could directly go for that dive without taking any sort of fall damage. And look at Slug too from K9 Esports. The man's trying to pull out some weird shenanigans, but he's also getting pounced on by 4Miracle. I like the thinking from both these teams, but Slug, he can be knocked out. He needs to find himself a safe haven, and he's going to get shot at by the players of Seoul. Slug is too exposed to danger, and still somehow the man's alive.
A little distracted over there, Slug. A little distracted with 4M and their presence. As Hunters fall, the connection is there. The shots come in from the other player, that is going to be Some. Slug needs to go in for the run. He needs to protect himself right now. K9, the aggressive approach that we always talked about, it has not come in as of yet, and it seems like it is still a far-fetched dream to enter that top 8 positioning. Currently, Beast and his comrade, they've cornered down the likes of Godlike, they've cornered down the likes of Soul as well. Will they be able to pick up those finishes, because they are in desperate need of more?
Exactly. K9's giving it all they've got. On the last day, they want to make the comeback happen, but even Likita Esports now in heavy trouble. Neo's taken down super low. A few bullets to him, and even he will be knocked out. 4Miracle Esports, at least they've got the high ground to play with, but now K9 Esports, even they want to make the attempt of getting something done desperately. Utilities tossed against them from 4Miracle Esports. It's going to be chipping out a bit of that damage, but look at Beard Baba. He's got 5 grenades in the backpack.
That means he can dish out destruction along his path. 4Miracles, where are they on the overall standings is my question. 102 points, can do a lot more, and so can be said for TWOB, but they currently are being cornered and being struck from the skies as Likita Esports, they continue their run. 14 eliminations, and this team is looking nigh unstoppable at this point. There are teams in the backlines. There is Orangutan, there is K9, there are teams present, but can they stop them? I do not think so. Hector still trying to fight through this. Smokes being laid out. Orangutan's WizGod on the move, and I like it that Orangutan, they are stressing on those high grounds. Atanki is already on the climb, Negro.
The teams in the top 5 are not going to be feeling any sort of tension.
Yeah.
So it's all good. Godlike, OG, Likita Esports, they're just playing to have fun at this point. It feels like they're just trying to fiddle with the minds of the opponents, especially the bottom 8. And now we've only got 3 teams in contention from the bottom 8 to win this game.
Yeah.
K9, 4Miracle, and 8-Bit. The next zone shift's going to be dictating the pace and also the fate. And luckily enough for Likita Esports, it forms right on top of them.
Luck favors the brave. That is all that we've been taught in elementary school. And as soon as we talk about luck, it seems like 4Miracles, they get an opportunity to strike, and they strike hard. 3 finishes, but that is not going to make the cut. Still about 24 points away from that qualification marker. Revenant X-Pac, they were shut down quite low inside of this game, and 4Miracles, they have an opportunity to pounce. They've got the high grounds, they've got the numbers advantage as well, but unlucky that they did not have the sight lines. Godlike make the move, K9 in the foothills of greatness as well, but it seems like Slug, he's gonna get struck down. Likita Esports, in spite of being just a single player surviving, they're still going strong.
They indeed are, but there we go. As soon as you brought up his name, he gets eliminated from the pack. And now Likita Esports is down and out, but that also opened up the opportunity for so many other teams. K9 Esports, 4Miracle Esports have got the opportunity now, but as soon as I say K9 Esports, they get eliminated from the game too.
Talk about K9, their hopes and dreams have been shut down. Orangutan trying to make their move. Atanki trying to make the climb, but it seems like there's just one king of the hill. We'll talk about them later, but in the foothills of greatness, it's godlike. But Admino gets struck down. 8-bit wants to do something magical. Omega has already done the tough work. Punk quite low on HP. He knows there is that play. Omega jumps up, connects that shot through the smoke, and he finds that finish. But 8-bit, they're not going to survive. 4M, they're scattering away the finishers, scrambling for those points, and 8 points on board already. The big chicken dinner that they've been waiting for so long right now is just in the vicinity, and Orangutan, they are split up in two. Atanki is visible right in the foothills. Of course, the nade sails in, connection is not there. Beard Baba has been phenomenal, but once again, for Miracles, it seems like they have overextended yet again, Necro.
Exactly. Final 2 teams alive, and that's a 3-on-4 in the makings. For Miracle Esports with a major disadvantage. Even the man was knocked out, but look at the zone control. OG, they've spread themselves out so well. This is going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players for Miracle Esports, but they need to find a desperate knock. One knock needs to be there, because that's going to buy him enough time to make the pounce in the circle. But still, OG, there's someone which will be tough to counter. And right now, OG playing right underneath that hill of for Miracle Esports.
It's done and dusted, Necro. I think 4 Miracles, they're going to be choked to death in this one. The circle has dished him. They are in the high grounds. There's no way of escaping that. And Orangutan, they're marking the exits as well. It will be a chicken dinner for the Apes. The ones who are already quite safe inside of the overall standings, they are going to reassure the qualification for Miracles. The big tumble is there, and it seems like there is going to be an even bigger tumble. Another knock to the play zone. And that is what you can do, right? The best that you can try and do is to not give away those finishes to Orangutan. Dragonobi still makes the move, but is that going to be of any use is my question. They certainly need a miracle right now.
Oh, the man's waiting for the right moment to strike. He spotted one player already making the climb with the buggy. And Dragon is still not going for the shot. Dragon wants to play for the big game. He wants to make the heroic play. He wants to take down at least a few more foes, but no, he did not even have any bullets in the magazine. Now he finally retrieved a few bullets from that death crate, and now he can try and strike down AKOP. Dragon already on the flank. The remaining 2 players of OG on top. They've got the advantage.
Talk about a 1v4 right now. Dragonobi needs to bring all his Dragon Balls together, because otherwise the Super Saiyan is not going to work through. The gods are not going to save him. 4 Miracles in desperate need of a chicken dinner yet again is going to get struck down. The Apes, they scream hot, they scream heavy on the map of Miramar. A winner chicken dinner to confirm their qualification, and what a run it has been. But for 4 Miracles, the brave, and of course the task, it's almost done, it's half done. How many finishes did they have? 8 eliminations?
Yeah, something around that, but they're still pretty far away from achieving that 8th spot. But honestly, the way 4 Miracle Esports played that was so weird, was so confusing. It felt like they did not even give a fight to the opponents. The first man got knocked out by the blue because he wanted to retrieve that vehicle. Understandable, okay, that's a bit of that mess up. But still, the remaining 2 players just completely choked. The last man was not even fighting. He retrieved those bullets, and then later on, he just messed things up big time.
I feel like that is all that you could have done over there, right? No sight lines and no teammates, and of course, the biggest part about those high ground positions is that it's a double-edged sword, Necro, especially when you climb up top. There is always very rare chances you're going to climb down quite safely as well. Orangutan did a very good job, right? Placed 2 players up top. Meanwhile, the rest of the 2 players, they were scouting the foothills and did not let 4 Miracles move an inch.
It's quite weird that K9 Esports, considering they were so desperate for the game, they did not even go aggressive. They were playing it super passive. They were trying to play for the end game. I do understand, considering K9 Esports knew that Revenant Spark has been eliminated from the game. Yeah. That's why K9 Esports wanted to win the game as well. But in my opinion, going aggressive and at least getting those average points as well could have at least gotten you closer to that finishing line and given you a fighting chance for the upcoming game.
You know, I still feel it's at a stalemate right now. The overall standings, once again, it's at a stalemate because the closest to Revenant X-Spark, I believe it's going to be Team Tamilas, 112 points, and Revenant X-Spark at 128. 16 points differentiating them at this point. I believe there's still opportunity for X-Park to maintain that lead. It's just because of the safety cushion that they're keeping themselves alive, to be honest.
Yes, there's still a chance even for the players of 4 Miracle Esports to make that climb now, considering that second spot, a decent amount of elimination points to what? They had 12 points around that, somewhere around that. So yeah, 4 Miracle Esports is also doing pretty decent for themselves. Look at the Esports, they tried their best, but once again, as we knew, for them, the tension is not really on top of them. It's all good in the hood for Look at the Esports. They're already at the top in the overall standings. The fight was not for Look at the Esports. It was all about K9 Esports for Miracle, but they choked up hard.
Everyone choked up hard, to be honest. 8-Bit choked up hard. Team TWOB choked up hard. Team Tamilas choked up hard as well. But for Orangutan, I feel like this was the game they've been looking for. I believe it was Omega's chance to redemption. 8-Bit could have actually restructured their way up top. Another big game on Orangutan could have been their way, but how good was Orangutan and how good was Aru from those long-range fights? Like I said, right, you look at the map, you look at the radar, how beautifully they position themselves. 2 players up top, 2 players hunting down the foothills. It's greatness that is following up, but greatness, you've got to talk about Hector S, man. 7 finishes first game, 7 finishes in the 5th game. This man has definitely woken up on the right side of the bed today.
Exactly. The IGL is now performing in all cylinders, getting 7 finishes in this game as well as we move on towards the top 5 performers. Even 4 Miracle Esports' Beard Baba is right there with 4 finishes. You've also got Neo from Likita Esports once again, and then S-Power from VXT, and you've also got Aquanox right there on the board. The real conversation still revolves around the latter half of the board. Now if K9 Esports wants to make that leap in the top 8, they need 25 points, Salty, to match Revenant X-Park.
Yeah.
But they need a few more points to topple over with a bit of that cushioning.
And for Revenant X-Park, I think the objective is simple. Just to not die in the first fight.
Exactly.
Take those rotations early and try and find a space where you can at least get yourself those position points, because I'm pretty sure the fans are screaming at the top of their lungs that what are you doing? Talking about the point standings, of course, we've got Ligida Esports absolutely dominating. No position points at all, just 2 secured, but 15 eliminations, destroying 1/4 of that lobby all by themselves. Orangutan with 15 points themselves, 4 Miracles with 14 points. But just like you mentioned, I believe the road is still very long and very far ahead for 4 Miracles.
Look at K9 Esports just getting 5 points. Even Team Tamilas, they stood a big chance to make the comeback as well. Just getting 4 points in that previous game. A big sign of concern, honestly. You flip the page, you see a few more concerning names. Revenant X-Park getting eliminated just with 1 single point. You've also got Reckoning Esports getting none. 4 Aggressive Men getting none as well. Honestly, these 2 teams don't even stand a chance to make the comeback anymore. The conversation is going to be revolving around Metal Esports, Team Tamilas, K9 Esports, 4 Miracle Esports. If these guys want to make the leap, they need to somehow find a way to kick Revenant X-Park out of that top 8.
I mean, look at that. You've got 2 teams sitting at 134 right now, Cincinnati Kids as well as Phoenix Esports. Now, considering how low we've seen the cutoff be inside of this group, it seems like they are a little safe. But what if every team from the bottom 8 comes in hot against 3 of them? The possibility for all 3 disqualifying, or rather, let's say proceeding towards round 4, is still quite low. But for Revenant X-Park, the chances are pretty high. Look at the difference. 4 Miracle Esports, 113 points, 15 points away from kicking Revenant X-Park out of that quarterfinal run. And what a comeback it has been. You remember in the first week, 4 Miracles were not even in contention.
Exactly, man. Even for K9 Esports, it's been a comeback and a half, right? Achieving that 3rd digit, getting 105 points in today's day itself. They've still got 1 more game to go. You never know. The final game can be an absolute nuclear performance. They can pull off a soul. Anything can happen. They can pull off a 30 bomber too, especially when the time's desperate, when they need to perform. You've also got Metal Esports in the mix. It's one of the best defensive teams that this lobby has to offer. If this works out, even Metal Esports can squeeze in a chicken dinner. But as I mentioned, defense does not guarantee you a lot of eliminations.
Yeah, defense won't guarantee you elimination. It's about going all out right now.
Yeah.
And with 1 game left to go, ladies and gentlemen, inside of this grind, I believe, Necro, it's going to be an absolute brawl on the map of Erangel. The circle is going to dictate everything.
Yeah.
With that being said, yes, there are a couple of teams who are in contention. It has to be TWOB, Team Tamilas, and 4 Miracle Esports. And the win condition for Revenant X-Park is simple. Just stay alive, hold on to your dear life, because the fans are screaming for the quarterfinals.
Exactly, Salty. This game of Erangel might just feel like the game of Sandhawk. We might just see aggression off the bat. But enough speculation for now. It's time for us to toss to a short break. On the other side will be the last game.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. Came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, something that's going to help you with the performance will be the Realme P3 Pro 5G. I'm pretty sure you guys were looking at that commercial and the promo. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the Realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. And I've heard you've actually been trying to pull off a heist with this device.
I don't need to try. It's already happened. And guess what? Because it is going to be the last day of the grind, something has gone missing. In this case, the chances for some of these teams to actually qualify for the top 8 is about to slip loose in this final match of the day, and of course, officially the end of the grind.
Exactly. One more game to go, and that's going to be differentiating everything, the fate of these teams, if they directly get a chance to start things off from the quarterfinals itself, if they manage to place themselves in the top 8. And honestly, the defending champions once again struggling in the grind.
Well, I wouldn't say they're struggling, right? Right now, they are at a stage where they're trying to qualify the top 8, you know. The top 8 makes it to the quarterfinals. The bottom 8 pretty much still in the game. They're not eliminated. They're going to be pushing to round 4 instead. That means more games for them to come, which is going to be happening in this upcoming few weeks, especially for the teams right now from Group A itself. So they will have a little bit of period of time to readjust themselves, fix themselves, and then maybe come back stronger.
Exactly. So for now, Revenant Spark is currently on the 8th spot. In the previous game, they got eliminated with just one single point. Slowly and steadily, that gap from the 8th and the 9th is now closing up, but still a lot of points are needed if the team on the 9th spot wants to make that bounce in the top 8. For Team Tumulus, the Sword's going to be on top of their necks, including K9 Esports, Metal Esports, and even 4 Miracle Esports. But we've got a little bit of that sub on the screen. It seems like Somraj is the one to take a backseat, and Raiden will be in action. What, the IGL's not playing for VXT?
I think this is a good experience, right? Considering the fact that VXT is in a situation where they're already comfortably in the top 8, this is a good opportunity to warm up your benches. So in this case, your 6 player, your subs, etc. is very, very important because of the fact that, one, you must understand that this is a game of momentum, this is a game of consistency, and there's sometimes when emotions play a factor, you will need these players to step in when the time hits you. In this case, there will be tilt moments, there will be angers, and all these emotions will collapse, especially if, let's say, crucial clutch round, suddenly Somraj is just feeling down or he's feeling sick. You need somebody to be ready, you know, to compete with the best of the best.
Yeah.
You know, to stand in right from the get-go. So I think this is a good opportunity to actually sub them out, especially when VXT is right at the top right now.
Exactly, and right now, as you mentioned, even they can afford to go for risk like that. They're doing pretty good, looking comfortably in the overall standings. But honestly, now the conversation is just going to be around the 8th spot and the teams underneath that. For Miracle Esports, the previous game could have been great. Honestly, they could have given a tough fight to OG, but it felt like they were just confused. They did not know what sort of pathway they wanted to take to make it inside of the circle. I do understand they had the high ground advantage. Things were looking great for them. But still, for OG, they played it perfectly. For Miracle Esports, even if they would have found one single knockout, even if they would have found that opener, that could have been a major difference maker.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's all about solidifying yourself to the top 8 in order to deny those comebacks. But of course, with this one final game, will we see the comeback? You guys got to stick around to find out because it may or may not happen. Right on screen right now, it is the last map for today.
The plane's going to be in the sky for the one last time off the grind in 2025 as the plane flight path begins all the way from Yasna Polyana towards the Snuka military base. This is the last game of the realme BGIS 2025 The Grind, and this will also decide which team pushes themselves on the 8th spot and which team will be kicked out.
And in this case, who's going to be in the quarterfinals and who is going to be in round 4 will be decided after this map concludes. But, of course, when it comes to the final map here, teams at the top may have the luxury to kind of mix things up a little bit. But speaking of mixing things up, guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they're dropping down towards Kamishki and Stauber, which is a little bit unusual considering that they do tend to lean onto his Milta, maybe even military base from time to time. So they are going for a little bit of mix-up this time.
Yeah, they've got a versatile drop location, right? The last time, the previous Erangel that we saw, they dropped in towards Milta. So yeah, they do like to switch things up right now, moving on towards Kamishki, considering Godlike knows they're going to be untouched in that direction. It's all good in the hood. But my real eyes were locked in towards that drop clash of Revenant X-Bar. And once again, they haven't went towards the Asna Poliana. They're moving down south towards Nora Pnoi.
Yeah, this has been their usual drop for the longest time, right? But seeing as they are heading towards Novo, guess what? We are going to be expecting potentially Meadow Esports kind of meddling their way through, but no, it's okay. It's going to be going for farm, so pretty usual ones for them. But the circle is going to be heading towards the west side, so this is going to be a potential bridge fight once more. We have seen one circle on the bridge so far in this past, I don't know, four groups thus far. But on screen, TWOB, they are going to be in a little bit of run in. These are the teams that were eyeing for that final spot in top 8. And guess what? Unfortunately, they say they are on 11th place. 4 Miracle will be able to push themselves into the 9th place. And like you said as well, Revenant Xbox is going to be the cutoff for some of these teams to actually make it. In this case, will they actually break them is going to be the question.
And looking at how many teams are on the desperate side of the overall standings, we might just see an aggressive start to this game. Phoenix Esports is really close to the players of K9 Esports. And what am I seeing? They're actually moving towards Severny. Maybe they want to just cut down the odds of K9 Esports qualifying. This is interesting. They want to isolate a few duels, catch the players of K9 Esports off guard.
Yeah, they should, you know, considering the fact that they are in a position to actually do it. And so far, Phoenix Esports
there we go, spotted.
And they're pretty much the only team that goes for this kind of early aggressions, right? Like, and somehow get away with it multiple times, which is the reason why, in Phoenix's term, they should be the ones that says rush is possible. In this case, they do scout out K9, like you said as well. The hunt continues, and K9 Esports in for a run for their money, as they need to run out for their lives as they are about to dock to 70. But then an accident occurs, the car flips, and they're in a lot of trouble by Phoenix Esports. The spray comes in, they found one. And do they find another? Can they make it out to safety? Ninja Boy barely scrapes by onto 70. Long shots coming from Sluck to try and provide a little bit of assistance. It is going to be a little bit of a safety net, but it's not safe yet for K9 Esports.
K9 Esports absolutely griefed in this game. 2 players knocked, 1 man eliminated from that. And now you've only got 2 players standing, Slug and Beast. Every single pressure can be felt by these 2 lads. As Phoenix Esports, they've done it. They have stopped K9 Esports and their odds of moving in the top 8. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be super unhappy with this.
Well, it's going to be a do or die for K9 Esports now. Unfortunately to say, chances are very slim now for the members coming from K9 Esports. They've got 2 members down for now. And they will have to rely solely on both Slug to actually do this play. But considering that K9, they've not been able to loot Severny, they are forced to reposition themselves into potentially north of Georgia Bull or Zarki to stock up some utility. So it's not over yet for them until the game completely concludes. But Phoenix's early aggression is just phenomenal. But look at this replay.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, just so unfortunate.
A prime example of panic setting in. K9 Esports knew the swords were out on top of their necks, the heads on the swivel, they need to qualify, and this game is all they've got. But then they get hit by an unfortunate terrain in the name of Phoenix Esports. And honestly, Phoenix Esports is just like the evil lads in the lobby.
They truly are. They are by far the most aggressive team in this entire group itself. They were the ones that always has the earliest drop clashes. Aside from, of course, Soul and K9. But, of course, in this situation, Phoenix looking to get away with murder once more. But speaking of murder right now, Orangutan, they do scout members from Soul. Ooh, a drive-by comes in. A Zenki actually getting knocked. And now Nakul in a little bit of trouble, but he will be able to take down AK instead. And Soul, with this one quick drive-by, they take 2 in the bag. And Orangutan wasn't expecting this. They are going to make a run for it as well. Wizgard in a little bit of a scuffle. He's going to make a run for it towards Rozak, hoping to escape the chase coming from Soul. But Seems like Hunters would not let it easy. They will not let it slide for Orangutan or Aru, forced to stop by to restock. But the vultures are coming, so they are on the hunt on the apes. Not looking good for Orangutan now. AKOP not going to be able to pick up for now. It's all up to WizGod and Aru to try and turn the tides in their favor as Soul is circling them like sharks. Here comes the pump, comes in. They get the opening. WizGod, the playmaker. Can he find another? No, he does not. And that's going to be Soul that finds him as well. Aru, last man standing for Orangutan. The nades being cooked up. No helmets for Aru. Looking for that pick. Can't seem to find one. Manya barely scrapes him on the other building as well. Aru forced to go in for the recess with the bandage, but he doesn't have much to work with.
Exactly, and the Molotov will do the deed. The Molotov flames, they spread as Aru will be eliminated from this game. Even OG taking an early exit. As I mentioned, we're going to see a lot of these early game fights, and that's why a few teams pulling off those naughty shenanigans and those moves actually working out. First, we saw Phoenix Esports grief the game. Now we are seeing Soul take a fight against OG. Luckily enough for OG, nothing was at stake, so it's all good.
Yep, it is all good for them. Also, they are going to make a run for it because here comes Reckoning Esports. They are in the bottom of the pack. Can they break the record of hitting maybe more than 30 points in the game? I highly doubt so, but it is going to be fun in games for them as they go and give chase towards Soul. Seems like Nakul and Manya knows what's up. They are going to be running for their dear lives. Oh boy, this is a wow goose chase right now, Necro.
It indeed is. Reckoning Esports, for now, they're just going to let loose of the tracks. It's completely fine. And as we know, even for Reckoning Esports, nothing to lose. They're still going to be moving towards the round 4. For them to make a comeback, the odds are next to none, so it's all good in the hood. Even for 8-Bit, the chances are pretty low. Even for K9 Esports with just a 2-man squad, now it seems impossible.
Oh, guess what? Here comes another party because Phoenix Esports is going to be joining Soul very, very soon. Do they cross path? It's going to be the issue because right now they are on the northern region. And at the same time, Reckoning Esports, I saw their ammunition as well. They've got 400 bullets on that DP, so it's unlimited spams all the way through. But the question here is, who is going to be shot at? Reckoning Esports, do they shoot at Phoenix or do they shoot at Soul?
Look at Phoenix Esports. The man has 1 bullet in spare for his M416. He's running low on ammunition and also resources, but as we move on towards another fight, 8-Bit, they chime in against the players of 4 aggressive men, and this time Berserk gets shut down. Even ENG gets ran over, 4 aggressive men off the rip, down 2 players.
Oh boy, this is a little bit awkward. That's just like that for aggressive men. They'll lose 2 members. They are going to try and settle this down, but 8-Bit with the run and gun, hit and run strategy is working out for them. And guess what? They're finding finishes across the map as well. But on the finish feed, we do see Reckoning Esports losing members. Venom actually finding 2 players right off the bat from inside Reckoning Esports. And just like that, they lose 2. 1 knock with 1 player left alive from inside Reckoning Esports with that skirmish. But up on screen, the focus point here, Bro, with the nades, looks good. He lobs it over, does connect and tags up Omega. They have to go in for the reset. The scatter comes in. 8-Bit completely disengages from this fight. But there's only so much 4 aggressive men can do. Another nade lobs over. He hears him on the 2nd floor. Always gets knocked. And Pro now sees an opportunity. And he's going to strike back. He hears the pin clicked. Mafia going to try to return this. But does he deny this finish? He will get the finish point, but the nade will catch him off as well. As K47, last man standing for 4 aggressive men.
Rough luck. And K47 now left to fend off the entirety of 8-Bit, 3 players, making that pounce. Ash is going to find that confirmation on towards Pro. At K47, you can hear the man's heartbeat just pumping. K47's got a lot of that pressure on top of him. He's holding a tactical angle in the corner, waiting for someone to walk in through that doorway, but I'm pretty sure someone from 8-Bit, they're going to try to pull off a weird shenanigan, try and catch the man off guard. They think he's in the upper floor, but still 8-Bit, utilizing the utilities, clearing out the angles. I like the precautionary measures taken.
Well, it seems like 8-Bit, they're disengaging for the fight. Seems like they've heard a couple of vehicles driving by. It's going to be Cincinnati kids looking to third party this as well. So, for now, we will have a little bit of ceasefire. Meanwhile, right now, Reckoning Esports in a little bit of scuffle. They get wiped off by Hero Extreme Godlike, who's looking to third party outside the zone on the northern section. As Admino dropped out pretty low, but Hero Extreme Godlike was able to come up on top.
There was a teammate from Reckoning Esports too. Kyoya knocked out Dionysus. So that fight, unfortunately, was griefed by his own teammate. I'm pretty sure it happened quite unluckily, but A grief is a grief at the end of the day, my friend.
Agreed. At the same time, Seoul was the ones that actually ran away from Reckoning Esports, led them into Phoenix, led them into Hero Extreme Godlike, and guess what? Seoul got out of it as well based on the minimap. But on screen, here we do see a major fight here between Metal Esports versus VXT. Thunder now gonna be knocked off. He's gonna try crawl his way through. Smokes being set up from side of Metal Esports. Nades as well trying to stop VXT, but Thunder gets finished off. As Metal Esports has to deal with the full run of VXT inside the compound, 3v4. Not a lot of options for Metal Esports as of yet.
And Metal Esports once again playing a defensive. As I mentioned, defensive aura is not going to get you the stature that you need in this game. They need the elimination points right now. Metal Esports, the only way they can squeeze themselves in the top 8 is by getting a lot of eliminations, more than 10 honestly, and they need those right now. There's a team in the front, unfortunately for Metal Esports, man disadvantaged working with them as well, but taking a fight against VXT is not going to be the best possible odd.
Well, in this case, the top teams are messing around. In this case, they are going a little bit aggressive. You talked about getting those finish points, right? So they are definitely being aggressive, and look at how scattered the circle is. Migration, a little bit late, but everyone is just running their way through. But Revenant and Xmark might be in a little bit of scuffle here. Look at this, they're riding right straight into Team Taminan as well as Ligitas Esports. It might not be looking good for the guys coming from Revenant and Xmark.
It might not be. Did hear a lot of those shots taken. And Ligitas Esports is one of those teams that has always been finding themselves in the lucky shoes somehow. The circle shifts right on top of them every single time. They've just been super lucky throughout this entire grind.
Uh-oh.
But look at what happened to Revenant X Park. One man gets knocked out, and if he does get confirmed, another game will be grieved for Revenant X Park, and then they would need a hope for the best.
Oh boy, VXT, they know that's going to be Revenant X Park. They are going to try and go for the push. Shadow being taken out, so it's up to the remaining 3 players from the side of Revenant X Park to try and hold on that point. But in this case, they are still 15 points ahead of 4 Miracle, so it's got to take a miracle for 4 Miracle in order to overtake them. So for now, all they need to do is just try to hold on for top 8, maybe get a couple of positional points, and then 1 or 2 finish points to try and pull the lead ahead. As you can see, they are in a stalemate. They are going to sit by and just wait for the circle, knowing that everybody is just driving around looking for gunfights.
Exactly. Revenant Spark is down a player, but look at that cluster of teams towards that southern side. CK, 4 aggressive men, 8-bit right next to each other. A bit of that trifecta of death forming over there, but honestly for CK, they need the points as well, just to inch themselves closer.
I think they're going to be fine, right? It's 134 points. That's still a lot of points for them in terms of hits.
Yeah,
so, like,
just to be safe, though. Just to be safe. Maybe 5 more points in this game.
Okay, fair enough. The cutoff was like about 130, right?
Yeah.
So makes sense, makes sense. But the fight continues for the rest of the world. So they were down 2 men this time. Hero Extreme Godlike will continue to chase where they picked off from Reckoning Esports, which they left off. And this time, they are going to make a run once more. They've got 4 finishes since the start until now. And so, looking to be topping the ladder by the end of today. They are number 1 now. Will they stay number 1 after this match?
Good question. But I'm pretty sure Seoul's not someone that's really aiming for the first spot. They've just been trying to dominate the lobby from the start till the end, and they've done that. Seoul has made the point. They've proven themselves and proven what they're capable of to the entire audience. Yep. So it's all good. For Miracle Esports on the screen, K9 right next to him. And keep this thing in mind, for K9 Esports, the chase is still on, but they've only got 2 players.
It's going to be tough for K9, to be honest. Like, he needs
extremely
about 28 finishes with only 2 members. It's highly impossible. Mathematically, it's possible, but I think the closest is going to be for Miracle or Team Dominance right now. But as we had on screen, we do see Sarang finding a finish away. Cincinnati Kids losing Aditya. And that's going to be a 1 point possibly in the hands of Revenant X-Park. And right now, all Revenant X-Park needs to do is take a little bit shield kill. Joker goes in for a couple of sprays. But seems like Cincinnati Kids, they will lose 1. So that's 1 confirmation in the hands of Revenant X-Park. To pull the lead once more. 1-2-9 is going to be cut off as of yet.
Oh, Revenant X-Park searching for the points desperately. They did lose out on a player a while ago. And this time, CK, they might just be on the receiving line. Revenant X-Park, too many problems brewing up on this side of the map. There's another team on the left side as well, and that's going to be by the name of Team Tumulus. Revenant X-Park, The sword of pressure is on their neck now. And there's another team third-partying from the back. They need to watch out.
Oh no, I don't think they were looking behind as well. 8-bit is looking to try and pry on towards them as well. Guess what? They found a spray god. And the spray continues. Joker's gonna fend off the rest of the pack. And 8-bit, they're retreating. They've lost another player from Revenant X Park.
Rough luck. 8-bit. They're still trying their best to get something done, at least try and scavenge for a few more points. But Revenant X Park, they back away. Every single fight that Revenant X Park has taken, it's always been in the bad side for them. And now 8-bit, considering even they've lost out on 2 players in that scuffle, you can see Ash just backing away. He knows he needs to play for the placement. 8-bit, they did stand a chance before this entire scuffle, but now it feels like they don't anymore.
Agreed, and Team Tamilas, they think it's Revenant X Park, but guess what? It's actually Cincinnati Kids. Fox being knocked off, they are going to reposition. The circle is going to be coming in as well. It seems like they will disengage, look to fight another day. Revenant X Park narrowly escapes death in that fight. And as of now, Team Tamilas looking to reposition this fight. Nades are being cooked off. Likitas Esports looking to try and third party through this chaos. And on the finish feed, we do see TWOB getting a couple of knocks onto his Hero Extreme Godlike, which is okay for now. But it all comes down to these few teams. Who is going to be the ones that gets eliminated? Or in this case, gets sent down to the bottom lobby here. TWOB, they find a knock onto his Punk. And right now, they have to hold on. Sim goes in for the spray. Superman getting pinned outside and open as well. He's got a little bit of a cover. But you can see shots after shots from Hero Extreme Godlike. They want to finish him, and that's going to be Sim taking them out. Hero Extreme Godlike. They wipe the floor with TWOB.
Incredible.
That's confirmation denied from TWOB to push into top 8.
Exactly. We've got a few names confirmed that will be moving to the bottom 8. And that's going to be 4 aggressive men. Reckoning Esports, even K9, but hold on to that thought. Cincinnati Kids now taking a fight against Team Tamilas. Team Tamilas, they need these points desperately. But the shadow of hope has been stolen by the players of Cincinnati Kids. And now even Team Tamilas, they don't stand a chance.
They really don't. And Cincinnati Kids, with this fight against Ligita Esports, they get the knock onto his Goblin. Flock looking to try to get confirmation on him, and the denial comes in. Goblin gets knocked. Hector as well. Big name for Flock. He's got 5 finishes, looking for the 6th, and guess what? He will get his 6th finish stolen away as he goes for the reset. We're down towards the final 9 teams in Stage 4. This is by far one of the quicker rounds here, Necro.
Yeah, it seems like we're not really going to be seeing a lot of changes in the top 8 in the first place. I think Revenant X Park will stay at the boundary. They still seem pretty uncontested, unless 4 Miracle Esports pull off a rabbit out of their hats and still somehow win this game after getting a lot of elimination points. But right now, 4 Miracle Esports, they do not have a lot of eliminations, and that's the concerning part. Exactly. But hold on, they're trying to go for a fight, taking a fight against Likita Esports and Seoul at the same time. This might just be something that they cannot really chew on.
They found Manya as well. The confirmation comes in. Nako goes in for the denial on Likita. And he's going to get shot by 4 Miracle as well. As you can see, Reaper, he knows he's weak. He's going to give the chase. Nako running for his dear life. Here comes the nade. Nako going to try and dodge his way through, bobbing and weaving through those houses. He's actually managed to climb out the mountains as well. But he gets scouted out by Viper from the side of Ligitas Esports. So that's going to be finish denial for 4 Miracle, who's been looking for those finish points.
4 Miracle Esports, they need a lot of finish points now. There's only 17 players remaining, from which 4 of them are their own. So now they pretty much need every single finish that is there on the map, because even Revenant X Park is still alive in the game, so they can at least squeeze 5 or 6 more points.
Oh, it's tough. It's really, really tough. And as of yet, Revenant X Park, they are in 7 position minimum. So that's still some positional points for them. Seems like all hope is lost for 4 Miracle as they try to go for this push. Whereas the rest of the teams, they are going to be colliding into this compound. Metal Esports expecting company from Team Versatile right now.
Exactly. S-Power is going to be the one to make the pounce first. And for Metal Esports, they've been playing this defensive stature for such a long time, but now maybe it's time to break through that defensive aura and shift on towards the aggression. They need to pull this off. Versatile, a bigger foe on the way, and Metal Esports with not a lot of options, but they still need to execute this fight.
Speaking of execution, Metal Esports at the bottom. They've got no finishes thus far. They have been playing very stable in day 1, day 2, but after the break, day 3, day 4 has been a complete flop for them. And hopefully, a little bit more practice, they will be able to bounce back during round 4. But as of yet, they're still on 13th place. It's not over yet, officially. But based on the overall standings, it's highly unlikely they're going to be able to make it top 8.
So let's start speaking realistically now. The only team that stands a chance to make a comeback is 4Miracle Esports. Simple. This game is literally going on for 4Miracle Esports and Revenant X Park because you can see the points. Revenant X Park right now is sitting on 132 and 4Miracle Esports is sitting on 115. They need to wipe Viper out without taking any sort of casualty. They need to be super careful and cautious. Utilities tossed in towards Viper. 4Miracle Esports realizing they need to win every single fight they take here, and that's why they've still lost out on one man. He's knocked out for now. Viper is trying his best to get a few players out of commission, but that's not going to be the case. 4Miracle Esports, they recover.
Great shots coming in, but they need to pick up Reaper. They've got 2 finishes, and now we're down to the top 6, and Revenant Xbox is still somewhat alive in this circle. It's only stage 5. We're only down to 5 teams. It's just, what? It's stage 5, there's 5 teams left? There's not a lot of pressure to work with.
I know, right?
4Miracle needs to go on the hunt right now.
But the problem is, I don't think so they can squeeze themselves in the top 8 anymore. They just don't have enough elimination points to be scattered.
They need to play aggressive right now. That's the only way. And as of now, VXT and Metal Esports about to break into a major fight. And this is about to happen. 35 seconds left before the zone comes in. Shots being shot from VXT. Metal Esports still holding down the fort. Waiting for something to happen. As Team Versatile doesn't have the advantage point, but this gets scouted by Legit. Great shots coming in. But Versatile, do they push this fight? Unfortunately to say, they do not. They have to back off. And here it comes. Cincinnati Kids also here. Third party from this fight. They've heard all the commotions. And they are going to try and flush them all out.
From the top, taking the shots. And they've griefed the game even for Metal Esports. Now the fight's taken down to a 2v2. Well, make that 1-on-2 now, since they've already managed to find another man from VXT, and even S-Power gets eliminated from the game. Cincinnati Kids, the third party from them was perfect, but now 4Miracle Esports realizing that they need to make the pounce as well. No other option left. They need to go for this fight, and it's got to be a flawless one too. 4Miracle Esports, the only way they can stand a chance to maybe make a comeback is by gathering every single finish that lies on the board. Even one single elimination point does not need to go anywhere else.
Exactly, and now Flock Tough stuck in a rough spot as well for Miracle. They find another one. That's going to be 4 finishes for them. Last 3 teams for Miracle. Can they get the chicken dinner? It's 4 players left. They need all 4 of these finishes on Revenant X Park and Metal Esports to maybe stand a chance, but is it possible? Revenant X Park, they made it to top 3. They've got placement points. I highly doubt it's going to happen as well. But Sarang looking for the denial. They found Revenant X Park. They found the 2 remaining finishes, but they need to go in for the reset. But even then, the chances are very, very slim for 4Miracle Esports to make it to top 8.
Mathematically, it's just not possible. Straight up, it's not possible for 4Miracle Esports to make it in the top 8. Metal Esports is legit, and even his teammate, the final 2 players, and I'm pretty sure 4Miracle Esports will try to close on up and try and eliminate from the game as well. But luckily enough for Revenant X Park, they have been doing a perfect job of just hanging on the edge. Even they managed to place themselves in the top 3, so they've gotten 5 placement points and a few elimination points added up.
Well, unfortunately to say for 4Miracle, this is going to be the last hoorah efforts, but they will still be playing to conclude the official matches, as we are going to be gathering the official scores later on. But as you can see, the final 2 teams left. Metal Esports, 2 versus 4. Legit and Prince OG. Will they even deny the last shred of dignity from 4Miracle in this final match in the grind? As 4Miracle playing very tactical. They've got the high ground. They know exactly where Metal Esports is. They're taking things very slow. Big Nate comes in, connects on Prince. Looks good. They are going to try and clear off all the outer angles, but they're just barely a few pixels off.
Yeah, Metal Esports, they're just fighting for pride at this point. 2 players remaining against the 4 men of 4Miracle Esports. And look at this off angle, beautiful stuff. Dragon OP catches the first, the second man's position noticed. Legit cannot do anything, gets overwhelmed by the presence. And 4Miracle Esports, they claim that chicken dinner with a lot of points as well. But as I mentioned, considering Revenant X Park, even they were in the top 3, they managed to squeeze in 5 placement points and a few elimination points. So my calculations are right. Revenix Park is still going to be on the 8th.
Well, it is going to be very, very disheartening for Miracle fans after hearing the results like that. But again, we can't say officially they're not out yet until the official score comes out, because we have seen maybe there's penalties here and there. But all things considered, great last hoorah coming from 4 Miracle, to be honest.
I just made the calculations. 4 Miracle Esports, they have 18 points from that previous game. And Revenix Park, they managed to get 3 elimination points. So that means they've got, I think so, 8 points. So Revenix Park, they move on. Technically, they have done it.
Technically. But all things considered, that pretty much says that the top 8 is going to be making the quarterfinals, and the bottom 8 is going to be forced to play round 4. Great value time coming from 4 Miracle. They just wasn't expecting the final game to be concluded in a way it should be, because Cincinnati Kids was just racking up so much finishes by themselves as well.
You want to talk about that creep from Phoenix Esports towards K9 Esports? Honestly, the biggest contender that could have been was K9 Esports for this game, because we all know the amount of firepower that team possesses. You've got players like Slug, Ninja Boy, Beast. They've proven themselves time and time, but honestly, that last chance squeezed away from them in such a weird manner. They never saw that push coming. And Phoenix Esports, they had those demonic plans brewing up, I'm pretty sure, from the start of the day.
Hey, we talked about stat checks before. We talked about ego checks. This is a perfect way to actually do that as well, considering that teams do have the safety cushion. Look at Seoul. They were going on the hunt. We saw Hero Extreme going on hunts as well. We do see a lot of fights as well from, I think,
8-bit
K9 as well. 8-bit just going for the hunt. But all things considered, in case you miss out on action, this is going to be the highlights on how things actually happen here. We saw a major fight between Seoul as well as Nikita Esports, the top 2 in the entire scoreboard as of yet. Having a head-to-head, but eventually Nikita Esports was able to somewhat win that fight.
Exactly, right? I mean, they disengaged from Rozhawk, then all the way moved down south, and then Nikita Esports, somehow they won that fight, even though they had the bad disadvantage. It's all luck at that point. Then you've also got 8-bit getting eliminated from the game. Team Tumulus as well could have stood a major chance, but considering they got third-partied by the players of 8-bit, they never saw them coming all the way from the blue.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, like, you can see like a lot of last-ditch efforts has been made by 4 Miracle, but what they didn't realize was that other teams was also looking to solidify it. Revenant X-Part had a little bit of a mishap early on, which they were caught in crosshairs by like these 4 teams. But because of the call coming from Joker and Sarang to say just back off, which allowed them to the top 3 position, pretty much solidifies Revenant X-Part as the gatekeepers in the top 8.
Exactly, man. I mean, 4 Miracle Esports, as you mentioned, giving it their last-ditch effort, also fighting for the pride, doing a perfect job in that as well. They got the chicken dinner, but in my opinion, they should have been a little bit more aggressive off the rip, considering there were so many third-party opportunities that they could have actually went for, but they were still playing it super passive. I like that they took the initiative against the players of Team Seoul and even Likitha Esports, but it was a little bit too late, right? Seoul got eliminated by Likitha Esports. Likitha Esports just had one man standing, so even that third party was not able to gather a lot of points. But hey, something that's going to help you in those competition, it's going to be the realme P3 Pro 5G. Move on towards Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Pro 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards.
Exactly, it's here to redefine gaming performances, and on top of it all, the features of having AI assistive touch here for the smoother gameplay experience is something that you gotta purchase it to try it out, and it's only priced at $21,999. All you gotta do is just search it on Flipkart to the realme P3 Pro 5G to find out what the full specs is. But without further ado, let's announce the MVP in that match, because I'm curious, who's the real MVP? Is it 4 Miracle still?
Yeah, it's got to be, right? Considering we're seeing so many fights, there were too many elimination points scattered, but hey, well, a big surprise. Flock getting 8 finishes. We never saw this coming. There were just so many fights brewing up on the field that Flock was completely left unnoticed, and he's also managed to get 1166 damage.
Well, was it Revenant X-Part that stood out, or was it Flock just being the party pooper, denying all those points away? Like, this 8 potential finishes that maybe 4 Miracle needed in order to qualify.
The simple thing is, all the other teams who stood a chance got targeted. Simple. That's the only way you can put it out there. Phoenix Esports targeting K9 Esports, 8-bit taking a fight against Team Tumulus. Team Tumulus was already fighting against Hero Extreme, Godlike, and a few more teams, and then getting third party by 8-bit, not a lot of option. We did see 4 Miracle Esports too on a desperate run to try and get something done, but I guess all the other teams as well knew that 4 Miracle Esports, no matter how much they try to get anything done, they're still not going to make the comeback. As I mentioned, the only way they could have stood a chance was by being aggressive off the rip. 4 Miracle Esports getting 18 points. Now the real eyes are going to be on Revenant X-Park. As I mentioned, they managed to get 8 points as well. So that's why that's going to keep Revenant X-Park barely on the mark on the 8th spot.
That's really, really unfortunate for 4 Miracle as well. Even Revenant and Xbox, like you said as well, they've got themselves 8 points. That's going to move their lead even further. The only way they could have made it happen was they break the record breaking of the single points thus far.
Get the drum rolls rolled up, and now it's time for us to reveal the curtains on the overall standings. The top 8, they directly move towards the quarterfinals, and the top 8, here are our quarterfinalists for the realme BGIS 2025 from the grind. And as we mentioned, the previous game was the last game of the grind in 2025, so congratulations for the top 8 teams.
Yep, Seoul, Nikita Esports, Orangutan, Versatile, Hero Extreme God, like Cincinnati Kids, Phoenix Esports, and also Revenant and Xbox are pretty much guaranteed into the quarterfinals. So you will not see any of these 8 teams until the quarterfinal stages. So as of yet, this top 8 gotta be very, very happy. However, the rest of the 8, unfortunately they say, we won't see them in the quarterfinals, but they're not eliminated yet. They will be heading into round 4 of the realme BGIS, and that's gonna be 4 Miracle Esports, Meadow Esports, Team Tamilas, 8-Bit, TWOB, K9 Esports, 4 Aggressive Men, and also Reckoning Esports.
Exactly. Fans do not be sad. The bottom 8, they move on towards the round 4. So still your favorite team. They've got a major fighting chance. K9 Esports is still there. Reckoning Esports is still in the race as well. But I really hope that Reckoning Esports figures out a proper playing floor and they do not make changes, especially when the pressure is right on top of them, because that was really affecting their performance.
Exactly. But at the same time, let's see our casters' prediction by every single one. Did this team make it to the top 8? Unfortunately for 8-Bit, did not happen. Meadow Esports did not happen. Soul, that's not even fair, Spiro.
I know, right?
That's
we were asked to pick from the bottom 8.
Exactly. 4 Miracle, unfortunately, Ankybot was very, very close. For me, TWB, not even close. Meadow, not even close. Salty went for... That's not a safe pick, man.
I don't even know what are these guys doing, man. We were asked to pick from the bottom 8. I don't even know if they're listening.
Such is life, you know. But all things considered, none of us actually got it correct.
Yeah.
Except for Salty and on Sparrow, whatever. You know, on the technicality, they
it's
still
not
got it
even
correct.
fair. No, so we would say technically Ankybot got it correct because 4 Miracle was able to squeeze in the most amount of points.
Well, technically, in that sense. But in my idea, it's like who's going to be in the top 8. So technically, none of us got us correct.
Well, that way I would have
a comeback.
That way I would have just picked VXT and they default just make it to the top 8. It's not even fair.
Well, that's what Spiro did.
It's just unfair, man. But honestly, I see, as we know, now the main event as well begins right after the grind. Round 2 is where we're going to kick things off with on the broadcast itself. What are your expectations going to be?
To be honest, it seems like it has been a long journey for this tournament itself. And right now, to be honest, for these guys watching here in the realme BGIS, this is only just the beginning.
Exactly.
It's not even concluded. It is only the beginning of the real tournament itself, which is the realme BGIS official stages.
And the crazy part is there was nothing at the stake over here. That's why a lot of these teams are not even showcasing their real firepower. They're not even showcasing their real strategy. Imagine Reckoning Esports, a team like that just comes in out of nowhere, snatches the dinners away, snatches the games away. Anything can happen in the main event. We're also going to be seeing a lot of those new faces coming in from the in-game qualifiers itself. There's going to be 512 teams duking it out against each other. I see it's going to be an absolute festival. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, the grind comes to an end. Before we end the show, we got to give huge thanks to the realme P3 Pro 5G. Move on towards Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Pro 5G. You might just stand a chance to win some exciting rewards. And also, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and IC. We'll see you guys in the round 2 of the realme BGIS 2025. Till then, it's a bye-bye from us.